Hello and welcome to a very wet and miserable looking Spa-Francorchamps for the AK Gaming 6 hours of Spa. My name is Matt Nipris. We are just about ready to get going for qualifying for this 6-hour event. Running a little bit late myself. Just had to go from the other side of town. Was celebrating my grandmother's 90th birthday, so huge shout out to my grandmother. Happy birthday. Hope you got another 10 years left in you. Let's get that century happening. Anyway, we are about set to jump into qualifying for a very, very miserable Spa-Francorchamps. As you can see, not the best start for our drivers at the moment, as we currently have a look at the times from the last 3 minutes of free practice. You can see that Matt Cotter in the spinning torpedoes, he is currently at the top of the leaderboard, 1.7 seconds ahead of Ball. Then Terry Darwin, who we're currently focusing on right here in the Hoof-Hearted Racing team. Funny, I wonder, is that the same Hoof-Hearted Racing that runs around in the 4SKA Championship, the Endurance Karting Championship that Go Race Promotions were competing in this year? Someone in chat let me know if that's the same team. Anyway, we also have Van der Hum in the number 87 Bentley in 4th position, then Dowd rounding out the top 5. Let's head back to the garage so we can have a look at who is in what car. At the moment, not everyone in the server, as we are just waiting for just waiting for the end of practice, and not a lot of people really keen to get out on track, it seems. But there is our current driver lineup at the moment. So Cotter, Spinozzi and Jack Meredith in a Aston Martin V8 Vantage. Currently at the top. That's going to be a very strong combination. And we have Ball and Wright, of course. Ball we've seen in the V8 Supercar endurance races. He's a very competent driver. Wright, I'm not really sure. I can't really recall seeing Wright in any of the races before. Then we have Darwin and Brister. Van der Hum, Susanna and Phillips. That's going to be a fairly strong combination, I think. Then we have another Wright with Dowd in another Aston Martin. Good to see a Lexus out there. I don't really see the Lexus on track very often, but it's good to see that Thornton and Richards are giving the American Toyota a bit of a run. And we have Davies, McLaughlin and Green, Van Wingard, Thomas, Ferguson, Munro, Walter, McKenzie and Atanake. Oh God, I hope I pronounced that name right the first time. Atanake and Thomas rounding out the 11-car field at the moment. Still waiting on a few people to jump into the server as we count down the last 20 seconds of this practice session before we move into qualifying. So let's see if we can't find someone on track at the moment. No one is on track at the moment, but that gives us a bit of a chance to have a quick look around the field at some of these spectacular looking liveries. I just wonder if I've actually remembered to turn off the mouse. I certainly have. So not a bad looking car for the Dowd entry. There's a lot of these new liveries for me. I haven't seen a lot of these. Definitely seen this livery before, the Spinning Torpedoes team. Those look pretty good in matte grey. Yeah, definitely the Hoof-Hearted Racing team looks pretty good as well. That Mercedes in the Bodilo Orcon steel colours of, I think it was Mark Winterbottom or David Reynolds. a long time ago. Have we been given instruction to leave the server or something? People are leaving. Just quickly have a look at the Discord and just find out what's going on. It just looks like we have a few technical difficulties on the server side. Rest assured, the admins from AK Gaming are hard at work trying to fix all the problems and get everyone into the race. I'm hearing an engine fire up, so must have someone getting set to go out and do some laps. Well, not a lot of action. Not a lot of people willing to go out onto the wet track, it seems. So that makes it very hard for us to commentate on, but well, it is what it is. Also, shout out to Brock 2025 for the recent follow, and also Liam TW12 for the follow. They are our two latest followers, so thank you very much, guys. Much appreciated. Do love and do appreciate every single follow that we get on this channel. You can also find us on YouTube. You can also find Go Race Promotions on Facebook as well. So make sure you wander over to YouTube and look up Go Race Promotions, and look up Go Race Promotions on Facebook as well. We've certainly got a fair bit of content floating around on the internet. So that should keep a lot of us entertained at least. Oh, while we're waiting for some drivers to hit the circuit, let's have a look at some of the more crucial corners of this 6-kilometre race track. Of course, one of the most famous tracks in the world. We're going to have a look at a point on the circuit that is going to cause a lot of dramas, and that is, of course, Eau Rouge. Very awkward corner to take. I'm sorry? Camera? Please? Okay. My camera's just decided it's going to fly away. Oh, I know why. I know why. Because Dowd is on the track. Oh, jeez. Well, that's embarrassing. So, Eau Rouge.
Green light, show them what you got.
Certainly a very difficult corner to take in the dry, just because of how awkward the corner is itself. There is a bit of a bump somewhere along here. About there, maybe, where it can, well, make the whole car jump in the air, and that can put you offline. And if you're just a little bit too wide or too narrow, you're going to pay this tyre barrier a little bit of a visit, or perhaps even this tyre barrier here a little visit. Right, moving on to, I believe this chicane is Lacombe. It's just after the Kemmel Stray. This is where drivers will be hitting, well, one of the points on this circuit where we will be hitting maximum velocity around the circuit. Fairly tough to get right. Certainly see a lot of different lines through here. We see a few drivers will probably use that little bit of AstroTurf on the inside, and even a little bit of AstroTurf, maybe even put half the curb over that, half the car, sorry, over this curb. Just basically yeet it over there. Trying to keep the car as far to the left as humanly possible, just to open up this little right-hander that sends you down to this right-hander that I always struggle to pronounce the name of. Well, actually, even just struggle to remember the name of, to be honest. But this is a very awkward corner to get right. We're going to see a lot of different lines. See a few double apexes, maybe even a single apex in the rain. Probably a little bit faster to run offline. So we see the Spinning Torpedoes Aston Martin take a double apex. I think that was unintentional. But then we head down the hill towards Speaker's Corner, or No Name. It's a bit iffy as to what this corner is actually called. I've heard it called Speaker's Corner because I think somewhere up there used to be a commentary box, and that's where the commentators used to sit. But otherwise, I've heard it referred to as No Name because, well, it has no name, funnily enough. And then we're going to progress down the hill even further towards Puhon. Another corner with huge drop in gradient, really. Very easy to run wide, very easy to lose the car as well, particularly on turn-in. If you haven't got that car just right, it's... you're paying this tie barrier here a bit of a visit, I think. Majority of drivers will be using as much of the track as they can, although, well, something to keep in mind is track limits around here. The track limits are fairly sensitive as we make our way to the campus chicanes. We're getting towards the end of the lap. Drivers will be hugging this curb as much as they possibly can, I should say. Trying to open up the left-hand turn to get the power down as early as humanly possible. And then... I keep forgetting what this corner is called as well. Curb to Paul, I think it's called, or something. I know it's D-Paul, something D-Paul. But very easy to run wide here and get yourself a track limit strike. Of course, after your third track limit strike, you do get a drive-through penalty. And let me tell you something, getting a drive-through penalty here at Spa-Francorchamps is less than ideal. We're going to move up towards Blanchimont. Very fast left-hander. In the dry, you're not going to be lifting. In the wet, you're going to have a little bit of a lift because the last thing you want to do is use this AstroTurf. That will absolutely spit your car off to the left-hand side, and that wall is very much solid. Up to the final bus stop. This is where you can make or break your lap. Brake a little bit too early, you'll obviously lose a lot of time. Brake too late, you'll cut off your exit speed for the left-hander that brings you onto the main straight. What have I done here? I have a feeling that my game has crashed. I do believe that my game has crashed. Does look indeed that my game has crashed. Oh no, we've lost connection to the server, so we have a little bit of technical difficulties. Just bear with us for a few seconds while we bring up the server again. So thank you for your patience. We'll be right back.
Green light. Give it all you got.
Okay, and we are back. Sorry for the interruption in the broadcast there. But we are back live at Spa-Francorchamps as we are currently watching Laurie McLaughlin in the Lexus Gang Aston Martin. So no, he's not happy with that Whatever it is, he's not happy with it. He's forgotten to do something, perhaps. So try and bring up some sort of overlay. There we go. Right. And we've got a couple of cars just, well, trundling down pit lane, then heading back to the pit lane, to the pit box. So anyway, we have Matt Munro is making his way down in the big Bentley, the Boatley. Weaving down the pit lane, just trying to get some sort of tyre temperature in those, well, in the Pirellis. It's a massively long pit straight. Oh, well, pit lane, I should say, sorry. As I said, last thing you want to do around here is get track limits and get your team a penalty. So that drive through, that will ruin your day. And it is actually very easy to get track limit warnings and penalties around here for exceeding track limits. Certainly the main culprits. Well, right there is one of them, running too wide, getting all four wheels onto the AstroTurf. That will get you a track limit warning. Just coming to the exit of Speaker's Corner here, putting all four wheels onto the AstroTurf will get you a track limit warning as well. Eau Rouge and Radion, very easy to cut the track there and get a pen. Certainly on the exit of Puhon here, you can run wide here. Track limit warning again. Basically, I think the one thing drivers have to do is make sure they do not run four wheels onto anything that looks like AstroTurf or anything on the other side of those white lines that do mark the limits of the circuit. Which is a very easy thing to do. You can run wide, get yourself a penalty. And of course, being an endurance race with 2 or 3 drivers in your car, certainly don't want to be that guy. As hopefully we can get an onboard lap here with Matt Munro in the Bentley. Let's take a ride with Munro around this magnificent and legendary circuit as he heads up towards the remodeled, well, no, he's going to go into the pit lane. Well, this is actually quite important to do as well. Make sure you get your pit limit sorted. That there is the pit limit line, so Matt probably a little bit too early on the limiter. But, well, speeding in pit lane, drive-through penalty, 30-second stop-go. That will definitely ruin your race. As he heads back to the box. And, well, I've no idea what's going on at the moment. Try and work out what is happening. I still have no idea what's going on, but certainly the Discord is proving to be quite entertaining to read through. Of course, AK Game, very much a fun-loving community. Everyone likes to have a bit of banter. Nothing wrong with that, of course. I thought we were going to jump straight to qualifying, but apparently not. Really know what's going on. I think maybe I do believe that it is daylight savings or not daylight savings. Something has happened. Everyone's clock's set way out of whack, I think. Still not clear on what is going on, whether we are going to skip towards practice. I think we've just lost connection with the server again. We certainly have, so once again, we will be right back while we sort out these technical issues. Stay tuned with us. Hopefully we will come back and bring you some racing right after this. Okay, so we are back live at the circuit. Hopefully, we have got the server running properly and everyone is in the right cars. Everyone's ready to go racing. We have got cars trundling down pit lane at the moment. Well, certainly not Tim Davies at the moment. But first car on the track will be Jeremy Walter in the number 13 Aston. And he has got the Matt Cotter Bentley right behind him. And, well, we're back at Spa, as you can see, and it is pouring down rain. So the forecast up in the top right-hand corner there as Jeremy Walter just manages to hang that onto that. That was... He's stopping to change his pants, I think. So it's actually Andrew Ferguson that was following Walter then. As conditions around this circuit are going to be very treacherous, especially while the weather is like this, while this rain keeps on hammering down. Water will be pooling around. We're going to see aqua painting like crazy. As we jump on board with Ferguson now. He makes his way through Speaker's Corner and heads down the hill towards Puhon. Currently having Thornton just behind him. Oh my god. Get it together. There we go. So we have Thornton in the Lexus just behind. Near the Bentley running through the water that's pulling across the circuit on the way into the campus chicanes. So it's certainly going to be very risky in this qualifying session. But Ferguson very game to use the AstroTurf in these conditions. That gets it up on the curb in Kerber to Paul. I think that's what it's called. I just know it as a pain in the ass circuit, that pain in the ass corner, I should say, that is very hard to set the car up nice and balanced for. So he tiptoes his way through Blanchimont and starts to get ready to start the first of the flying laps. He's got nothing but clear circuit ahead of him. So Ferguson in the big Boatley should be in its favourite conditions. So it does look as though you're better off with a pair of skis rather than tyres. Maybe a jet boat, perhaps, who knows. So he tips it into La Source and now fires it down the hill towards Eau Rouge. We're going to jump on board with him. And we'll see if he can get through Eau Rouge and Radion without, well, bidding it, basically. So he's run wide. That is going to be a track cut, I'm sure. But he's still on. Oh, he's hit that water and they're out of control into the fence. So Ferguson, the first victim of that lake that pulls across the circuit. So this lap will be, well, null and void for Ferguson as we focus on Dave Thornton in the Aim Vassar Sullivan Autosport Lexus. That's a bit of a mouthful to say. Now let's jump on board with the Lexus now. Just see, just by watching Thornton's inputs, that the car seems to be handling the wet conditions rather well. He's not having to fight the wheel too hard, or even at all. The car just seems to be doing everything that Thornton wants it to do. It's a little bit wide coming out of Puhon, and now into the campus chicanes. Doesn't quite get it right through the right-hander. A little bit of wheel spin, a little bit of oversteer on the exit. As we have a car off at the exit of Puhon, that's the number 13 of Walter. So Walter having a bit of a struggle in this session in these conditions. As we continue to follow Thornton as he heads towards Blanchimont. Have to wait and see what time he sets when he crosses the control line. Looked pretty good through Blanchimont. Can he pull it up for the bus stop now? And he gets that pretty well perfect. Doesn't use too much of the curb. Gets the traction down even on the exit curb. And he'll stop the clock with a 2:36.1. Dowd, 2:36.2. Just a little under 2/10 behind Dowd. Atanyake, half a second down on Thornton's time. So the times are starting to come in. We're going to focus on ball in another one of the Bentleys. He does not set a time. Obviously got a track cut. Jeremy Walter, 2:44. He's obviously made a mistake somewhere. Oh, that's right. He was the driver that binned it at Puhon. Focus on Aaron Thomas as he gets the big McLaren out of the final bus stop. And he stops the clock. 2:37.05. That puts him up into 4th position. We're going to look at Terry Darwin in the hoof-hearted racing car. That was his outlap. Don't think we saw Terry manage to complete the outlap on his first couple of attempts, but well, he's got the Mercedes around this time. Wait and see if he can get through Eau Rouge and Radion. Very scary corner, even in the dry. Just have a big lift, downshifts it back to 4th. Oh no, Thomas, I thought I heard a car spinning in the background. And he has stopped in a very awkward position. So Thomas will jump back to the pit lane. Cesana now, he goes to the top. 2:33.3 in another one of the Bentleys. So Bentley's currently dominating at the moment. So now we wait for Matt Cotter. He goes to the top now. 2:32.2. That's over a second faster than Cesana. So the field have got a lot to do to catch the spinning torpedo team. So we now focus on Lucas Dowd in the AMR GTE WEC Aston. We jump on board now with Dowd as he makes his way towards Blanchimont. Does he have a lift here? He does. He actually downshifts it back to 4th. Grabs a lot of curb there. Oh, you can just hear the car splashing through the water. All the standing water on the way to the final chicane. These conditions will really be hurting the Aston as Dowd stops the clock at 2:32.8. Half a second down on Cotter. Pretty good time. Just needs to find a little bit extra, as that is not how you do it. So Dowd loops the big Aston. And, well, we can ride off that lap instantly. So Ferguson, he's dropped down to 8th. He's certainly got a lot of time to make up. So we now look at Terry Darwin. As he manages to pull the Mercedes up for the final bus stop. Gets it out of the final corner. A little bit of wheel spin. You can hear the traction control cutting in and out. He goes up to 5th. Got one car approaching the end of this lap, and that's the Kangaroo Valley Enduro team. Anthony Cesana behind the wheel. So that Cesana, I think he's been into the fence this session. But he stops the clock at 2:33. Sorry, at 2:37. So Cesana had a bit of a shocker. Angry Raisin. There's Walter, it looks like. Steering wheel broke on his outlap. Had to swap to an alternate wheel, but it's not working well, mate. Yeah, sad face indeed. Mate, can we get a couple of Fs in chat for Walter's steering wheel? In fact, I think we'll get that train started. So, there we go. Have a big fat F, Walter. Oh, we can see the damage on Susanna's Bentley. With just under 9 minutes left in the session, it would almost be in Susanna's best interest to come into the pit lane and get that damage repaired. That bonnet is flapping around like crazy. We're just going to quickly have a look at the front of it. So that would be some pretty severe aero damage, and he will be hurting a lot. So it just seems to be bravely driving through the issue. Maybe he figures he'll just bin the car again, but geez. That amount of damage on the car, and he's still competitive. Well, relatively competitive. Just over a second slower than Cotter's time. Just got to wonder what Susanna can do with a car that's in perfect shape. He's got some traffic ahead of him with the number 13, which is Mackenzie, who's Walter's teammate. Hopefully Walter can fix that steering wheel and get back to his full potential. So we focus on Ben Mackenzie. Fires the big Aston out of the final corner. That was his outlap, I should probably say. 2:35.7 for Susanna, so that damage really must be hurting him overall. So sure his teammates will be howling at him to come in and get the damage repaired and go back out. So we look at Tim Davies, about to set his first flying lap, and 2:37.7, so Davies got a long way to go to make up for, well, make up a lot of time. Of course, as I said, these conditions will not be suiting the Astons, although, as I say, I look at the timing board and I see that we have two Astons on the top of the timesheets. As we now join David Thornton, he's got the Aston Martin of Dowd, currently second on the leaderboard, right up behind him. And Thornton goes up to second, but Dowd right away eclipses Cotter's time. Thornton will go back into the pit lane, so actually no, Thornton, very smart decision. He's dropped him behind Dowd with 5 minutes left to go in this session, so he should get about 2 more laps in unless he bins it and goes back to the pit lane. I'm going to quickly jump back. Ball of 2:32.8. He's put himself into 4th position, just behind him. Ferguson down in 10th. Matt Cotter still in 2nd. He's about to start his first flying lap in the Spinning Torpedo Aston. Jump on board now with Cotter as he splashes his way down towards Radion, or Eau Rouge and Radion. Have a big downshift, a little bit of oversteer on the change of direction. He's managed to hang on to it, actually use the oversteer to his advantage. You can see that pool of water across the circuit there really kicks the car sideways. And pulls it up for the Lacombe chicanes. And just a touch of oversteer. Doesn't seem to hurt the, which is probably a little bit more preferential for our drivers, honestly. Always do something with oversteer, can't do anything with understeer. This is looking like a pretty tidy lap so far from Cotter. Doesn't have to use too much space on the exit of Speaker's turn. So he heads down towards Puhon. Through the campus chicanes now. It's a very smooth lap from Cotter. Oh no, he's got a Bentley just pulled over at the side. Has that put him off? Oh, he had a bit of a snapper, understeer, oversteer moment there. Still got the boot into it. He now heads up towards Blanchimont. Has to have a lift there. Through all that standing water on the straight makes it very hard for these drivers. So as we wait for Cotter to cross the line, it's a 2:30.5. So Cotter really raises the bar for this session again. So as we make our way into the final few minutes of this qualifying session, drivers should only get about 1 or 2 laps left. Oh no, just 1 lap now. And one of those drivers starting that final lap will be Malith Atanake. Hope I'm pronouncing that right. Now jump on board with the McLaren. McLaren looking a little bit smoother. Oh, again, just that awkwardness of that puddle of water there. I shouldn't call it a puddle. It's actually more like a lake. Does kick the car violently sideways. Doesn't matter what car you're in, doesn't matter the setups. So we can be grateful that the track is not flooded completely. As we go back to our TV camera watching Malith. Enough, Malith running with the Lexus gang in a McLaren. Maybe there's an inside joke there, I don't know. Either way, the 720S seems to be handling the conditions really well for Malith. Get a good idea of what this car is doing under Malith. Just see from the wheel inputs that he's not having to fight it too hard, but maybe certainly not, hasn't got the confidence perhaps as Cotter, who's actually in for 29s now. So Matt Cotter really raising the bar for his competitors every single lap he does. So as Malith brings it into the final chicane for his final lap, checkered flag is out for our qualifying session. Can Atanake improve from 7th? He can. He's up to 4th. Now look at Jeremy Walter. Has he got this car? Has he got his steering wheel sorted out, I should say? He will go. He will stay in 11th. Anthony Cesano will stay 11th as well. Doesn't improve on his previous best. Laurie McLaughlin, here he comes in the Aston. Another one of the Lexus gang drivers in a different car. And he is unable to improve. In fact, he didn't even get out. Only managed to do his outlap Aaron Thomas now, another one of the McLarens. Right on board now with Aaron. We can see that he's a little bit nervous on the wheel. Carried a lot of pace through Blanchimont. Will be 5 seconds amount of pace though. That's the question for Thomas. And he goes up to, well, I think he stays in 8th. Proves his time, but unable to push himself further up. But lost our field. Here we go. So at the end of qualifying, it is Matt Cotter who will lead the field around for the first, or for the start of this 6-hour event. So if I can if only I could bring up qualifying, but I can't. That's okay. So here is the starting order for the AK Gaming Spa 6-hour. We have Matt Cotter, Spinozzi, and Meredith in the Spinning Torpedo Aston Martin. Starting side by side with Dowd and Wright in another Aston. Then we have David Thornton and Matty Richards in the Lexus. Starting beside those two will be Aaron Thomas and Atiniake in McLaren 720S. Susanna Vanderhelm Phillips in the first of the Bentleys will start off row 3. Alongside them will be the Ball Wright Bentley GT3. Row number 4, we have David Brister and Terry Darwin in Mercedes AMG, and Van Wingard and Thomas in another one of the McLaren 720s. McLaughlin Davies Green in a Aston Martin Vantage will head the 5th row of the grid, while Ferguson and Munro will start out of 10th in the Bentley GT3. And then at the back of the field, with a few little teething issues, I would say, for Walter and Mackenzie, we'll try to keep an eye on that number 13 Aston Martin throughout this race. So we certainly have seen that Walter is a lot more capable than what the pace they showed in qualifying to be. So we have 3 minutes left until the start of this race. Quickly swap over to Matt Cotter. We're actually going to take a quick break, make ourselves a couple of cups of coffee, I think, to get through 6 hours of this racing. Certainly hope everyone at home has got some sort of caffeine supply at the ready. So we're going to take a quick break and we will be right back. And we are back just in time for the start of this Spa 6-hour event from AK Racing on set of course a Competizione. Hope you are nice and comfortable at home. This is going to be a very good, tight race. Conditions are certainly a lot better for our drivers. Although the track very green, so we're not going to see any grip at all for a couple of laps at least. So we start to see the field lining up, ready for a start. Field makes their way around Blanchimont. Cotter really just wants to get on with the job. Not really slowing the field down at all. Head up towards the bus stop chicane. Of course, will not be starting until the, run down towards towards Eau Rouge and Radion. You see that Dowd sort of having a bit of a struggle through the bus stop chicane. Well, we have one car in pit lane, that's Thornton. So Thornton did not get it hit drive in time, or I would say. So he will be starting from pit lane, so hugely disappointing for Thornton. But we are getting set for a start. Gonna quickly just race up towards Eau Rouge and Blanchimont as we get set for a start. The field getting ready. We are racing and away we go. So a great start from Cotter. Gets a huge advantage on the way into Eau Rouge and Radion. Oh, a little bit of a touch for Dowd. Oh God, I've really stuffed that up. But the field has managed to squeeze through Eau Rouge and Radion side by side in some cases. Susanna and Dowd have had, Dowd's had a bit of a shocker. He's dropped from second down to third. Have a look at this angry pack as we make our way into Lacombe, sorry. Darwin, a little bit of oversteer. That puts him in a bit of an awkward position. He's got John O'Ball right behind him. Look at this angry battle pack just behind. Almost 3 wide as we make our way down the hill towards this right-hander. I always forget the name of it. Someone in chat knows what this corner is called. Let me know, because it frustrates me that I don't know the name of that corner, even though I've read it a million times. We can see that Maleth just sort of struggling for pace on this opening lap. He's under pressure now from Ferguson. Ferguson tries around the outside and Pujon. It's going to be a brave move, but he gets it done. Oh, look at that. A little bit of a touch there from Atinyake. Atinyake really struggling. Everyone getting a drive-through penalty. Well, I don't know what to make of that. But we have drive-through penalties handed out left, right, and centre. So, that's a great equaliser. So, a very interesting start for our field. So, the whole field getting a drive-through penalty. Not really sure what's going on there. Oh, we have a car off the track. That's Anthony Cesana. So Cesana has binned it coming through Blanchimont. And he will go to the tail of the field. We'll quickly... Oh, so everyone's got a drive-through for ignoring driver stint time. Okay, well that was interesting. So we're going to have a quick look at what happened to Cesana on the exit. So Cesana he's on the way up to Blanchimont. He's had a great run. Oh, a bit of oversteer on the entry. Does he keep it off the fence? No, he doesn't. So, and then he loops it around again. So, a bit of a disaster for Cesana. And so the whole field has basically done their drive-through. As Lucas Dowd now, he's made a blue of Lacombe. Stint counter has been set to minute 30 instead of hour. I have a feeling there may have been a little bit of chaos at the end of lap number 2. You see, currently watching David Thornton started from pit lane. I think he just didn't quite press drive in time. Still out in front, Cotter in the 99 Aston Martin. Showing a clean pair of heels to the rest of the field. 4.4 seconds. And I think looks like Ball still has a drive-through penalty. Probably speeding in pit lane, I would say. As Cotter runs a little bit deep. Currently closest battle here. Aaron Thomas, he's holding off Ferguson. So Ferguson's had a really strong start in the number 31 Bentley. So we now jump on board with Ferguson. Oh, he grabs the grass on the entry to La Source. Cost him a little bit of time. He's going to lose, well, he's going to lose a lot of momentum on the way down the hill towards Eau Rouge. Still got a bit of a gap to the field behind. Well, Rubicar's just behind. And that's McLaughlin, Darwin, well, it was Darwin. So McLaughlin, Walter and Atanyake. See the straight line speed that this Bentley has. Oh, the McLaren, oh. Went in super deep, almost ran to the back of the McLaren. So luckily for Ferguson, he managed to pull it up, but he looks like he's just a little bit flustered at the moment with the mistake. As we see McLaughlin under pressure from Walter, and I think we have just lost connection again. Okay. Well, we're going to be right back again. Hopefully we can fix this issue and we can get back to the racing.
green light. Go, go, go. Green light. Go, go, go.
And we are back. Hopefully third or fourth time lucky. Certainly the team at AK Gaming trying to do the best they can. Honestly, the amount of times that I've messed up a server setting, well, I think everyone who has subscribed to this Twitch channel has seen the sheer number of times that I have messed something up and had to restart the server mid-stream. So great to see that they've managed to quickly find the problem and fix it. Although we do have to restart the whole qualifying process again. So back into it we go, looking at Lucas Dowd. As we see, also looking in chat. No, we're going to go straight into the race. So it's good to see. And we're into the rain again, so wow, what a roller coaster of emotions at the moment. Going from a wet qualifying to a dry race. Server had problems. From a dry qualifying to a wet race. So oh, that's the wrong button. I'm pressing the wrong button all over the place. So I think we have a mixed up grid at the moment. So currently, well, we'll see. Maybe the stewards will be able to allow for the field to sort themselves out on the track. Just reading the chat there. Mr. Fu Gore, just here to watch Matty Richards send it into the wall. Well, mate, wet conditions. Looks like the weather conditions are only going to get worse. Might just happen. Never know your luck in the big city. Let's try and find Matty Richards. Try and... what button is it? There it is. Alexis Gang. So, looks like David Thornton will be starting the race for the 343 Lexus. Currently off the front row, we have John O'Ball. I imagine that we will be reverting to the qualifying results of our first attempt at the 6-hour event race this afternoon. So while we are waiting for the start of the 6-hour race, we take a look at our field lined up on the run down towards Eau Rouge. So maybe plug a few of the upcoming events that we're going to be covering here on Go Race Promotions here on twitch.tv. On Thursday night, we are running round number 2 of the Go Race Promotions Sim Sports Super GT Series. Chris Raffalo had a fairly easy time in the GT 500s, driving away to a fairly easy win over Alfonso. However, today, brand new physics update was released for the GT 500 mod, so we'll wait and see what happens there. I had a few laps in the GT 500 update, and it is an amazing update, amazing physics update. The cars are a lot more easy to drive, gone from being all-wheel drive just to being rear-wheel drive. They're just better to drive all round. Meanwhile, in the GT3 class, Matty Southwell, he had a great debut in the Bentley, taking out the GT3 honours as a silver driver, edging out Steve Duro, the sole pro driver on the grid for round number 1 of the Super GTs. And if you want to get involved in that upcoming event, we are quickly just pop our Discord up in the chat again. We have got quite a few spaces left, a maximum of 24 drivers, and if I'm not mistaken, if I just quickly jump into our Discord for a second, let's see, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11 drivers currently registered. Still have got plenty of space for more drivers to join up. There is the link to our Discord, and if you would like AK Gaming's Discord, we will quickly provide a link for that as well. If you want to get involved in AK Gaming's community of fun-loving gamers, right there. It's a great community. Admins work hard to keep a very fun-loving atmosphere. We have got quite a few sim leagues running at the moment, including British touring cars, V8 supercars, and of course GT3 on Assetto Corsa Competizione. Field starts to form up in their starting positions from the previous attempt. Meanwhile, we've also got a very exciting event happening with Go Race Promotions Sim Sports. It is a brand new event that we were very much inspired to create, called TCX 300. And that is basically a combination of some of the best touring car categories in the world, being GT3, V8 supercars and TCR, all on track at the very same time for 300k races. And we have our first event announced at Circuit Algarve, and that will be happening on the 19th of November, so make sure you get into our Discord if you want to enter that event. Currently have 5 drivers registered, 3 in GT3, 1 in V8 supercars and 1 in TCR, so plenty of spots available. I believe we have 27 available positions for the first event, so make sure you don't miss out. That's certainly right now we want to focus on AK gaming. Of course, the community have got a little bit more than just sim racing. They're expanding out to, I'll just quickly go through their Discord at the moment. So they have ACC, of course, Assetto Corsa, and they have Formula 1. Got a couple of fighting game communities, Elite Dangerous, Star Wars, Flight Sims, Fall Guys, Rocket League, Military Sims. You name it, they will probably make a community for you. But as you see, Bullermeister, AKG is a great community, mate. They really are. The admins have worked really hard over the last couple of months to expand it from just sim racing to everything gaming. And everything beyond that as well. I think they even have a joke page on there, don't they? Or am I thinking of a different Discord that I'm a member of? I thought they did. I'll have to put that suggestion into the admins, make up a bit of a meme page on their Discord, because I like finding new memes to steal. Anyway, we're getting set for a start. Matt Cotter on the front row, Lucas Dowd on the row beside him. We are away and racing. Matt Cotter again gets a great start. Going through Eau Rouge now. 2 wide, David Thornton slots into 4th position. We have a stack in the back, it's Aaron Thomas, and he gets collected by Jeremy Walter in the Aston. So we haven't even gotten through Eau Rouge, and we have 3 cars around. Do we get through the lake on Kemmel Straight? Looks like most of the field have. So 3 cars involved, Terry Darwin, Jeremy Walter and Aaron Thomas in Eau Rouge and Radion. All 3 cars have managed to get going again, but that is a costly mistake for those 3 drivers. Going to have to make up a lot of time, although in these conditions anything can happen, so of course they can make that time up easily, or they could drop even further down, you never know. But Matt Cotter is out in front. He's got Lucas Dowd just behind. He's not really able to do anything to stick with Cotter, although Cotter gets a little bit wrong coming out of Speaker's Corner, as does Malith Ataniake, and he's going to be under pressure now from Thornton. Thornton and Ball even, they're all lining up behind the McLaren. Oh no! Ball's around, so Ball bins it in Pujon. He manages to keep it off the wall. So the conditions are catching out drivers on this first lap. As we see a bit of a dive here from Laurie McLaughlin in the number 69 Aston. He can't quite get it done, so he has to file in behind the Aston of Munro. Sorry, the Bentley of Munro. Jump on board with McLaughlin as he's trying to probe for any sort of space from behind this Bentley, number 31 Bentley. He looks to the outside through Blanchimont. This will be an incredibly brave move. He's going to have to pull out of it and slide in behind. He's in a good position for a move up the inside into the final bus stop chicane. He can't quite do it. Has Munro outbraked himself? No, he manages to pull it up. Oh, we got 3 wide coming onto the main straight. Thornton, Cesana and Ateniake. Cesana's had a great lap 1. Dowd has managed to close the gap on Cotter. Cesana looking for a move on Ateniake. Can't quite get it done. So I have a feeling that surname is actually Ateniake. We now jump on board with Cesana as we go through Eau Rouge. Exciting start to this 6-hour event. Certainly had a lot of action already, and we've got 5 hours 56 minutes to go. We continue to ride on board with Cesana, who looks like he's got a run. Thought about a move into the right-hander. Not really a space there this time by. Ateniake goes defensive. Cesana all over the back of the McLaren. So we now jump on board with Malth looking back at Cesana and Thornton. As I've gone the wrong way with my camera. We now look at David Thornton. So he's following this battle for 3rd position. Well, he's right in the mix of it actually, as we see the tail step out for Cesana's Bentley. Oh no, Cesana, he's binned it! Very easy to do, we just saw it then. He grabbed the exit curve coming out of the right-hander. And of course, with all the wet weather, those curbs are like ice. In fact, we got another battle here. Munro and Bull still nose to tail as they make their way through Blanchimont. Oh, Munro gets a big tank slap. Manages to hang on to it somehow. That's going to give Bull a chance up the inside. Munro gives him room, but he manages to hold him off for now. No, Bull gets a great run. Gets the drive out of the final corner. He's got the track position heading into La Source. So Munro's going to have to yield the position. Of course, we're in the first hour of a 6-hour race. No point swapping paint just yet. And we'll see what pace John O'Ball can put in. As Thornton now jump back on board with the Lexus. Not sure if David can hear me, but mate, if you can turn on your wipers, that'd be really, really helpful. Now Thornton, he's got a good run, he's close enough. Sure, the idea of pulling off a dive bomb into the right-hander crossed his mind. Ah, thank you, David. He is watching the stream in the background. Or at least his teammate is. We're going to watch this battle a little bit longer. See some great racecraft. We can see that Thornton is just, I think Thornton has got a little bit more pace. Bulletmeister, his race engineer, much appreciated, mate. Oh, Thornton a little bit awkward over the exit curb. That gives Ataniaki a bit of a bit of a break on the run up towards Blanchimont. This is a fairly dangerous point for Ataniak. Just when you think you've pulled away, you start to relax, and that's when you make a mistake. Tell you what, this battle as well, Laurie McLaughlin, he's got Cezanna closing in on the back of him. That Bull is on the pace here. He's really closed up on these two drivers. Just swap back to Thornton and Taniak, sorry. I'm going to get that name wrong about a million times before I get it correctly in this stream. Luckily, we got about 5 hours 50 to get it right as Mal gets it wrong through Lacombe. Thornton just not close enough just yet. Now look at the back of Mal's McLaren from the Lexus gang team. In fact, looks as though Malith is already looking for water to cool down his tyres. So perhaps the track just not wet enough, or he's gone out with the wrong pressures. So, tyre conservation already on Malith's mind. That would explain why he doesn't have the pace at this point. Now, looking at the forecast up in the top right corner there, we can see that it is forecast to get a lot heavier. So, perhaps the 96 McLaren, they're just playing the long game. Just going to quickly jump back to Jeremy Walter and Matt Munro. Munro's made a mistake and he's dropped behind the Aston. So Munro just not 100% comfortable in these conditions in the Bentley. Just see that Bentley is just not stable enough through the faster corners. He's got a long way to go as well. And in fact, Munro into the pit lane already, so... Oh, geez, this is not going to plan for the Team Parker Racing entry. Wait and see what happens in this pit stop. Hopefully it's not terminal. So, Munro in the pit lane. Aaron Thomas with a lot of damage on the front of that McLaren. Of course, we saw Thomas bin it in the opening lap. In fact, we're going to quickly jump back to the start of this race and have a look at the carnage that took place in Eau Rouge. As soon as we find our target car, there he is right there. So quickly jump on board with him. He had a pretty good jump off the line, but no, he got a touch. And then he got collected by the Aston of Walter. show this in slow motion, so maybe he just wasn't aware that the Mercedes was beside him. But either way, he turned around. How lucky was the Aston of McLaughlin? And then off, just to finish him off. The McLaren spins across the circuit and collects the Mercedes again. So not the start to this race that Thomas wanted, as he's 9 seconds off the back of the Walter Aston. So you see now that the Munro Bentley is now back on track. So whether they quickly came into the pits, made a setup change and then went out again, or maybe they just changed tyre pressures and changed the tyres. Either way, the number 31 Bentley is off to a very, very tough start for this 6-hour race. I'll tell you what, Cesana is back on the move. He's managed to get in front of McLaughlin again. And he's just starting to pull away from the Aston of McLaughlin. So it looks like the Bentley, sorry, of oh no. So we have our first retirement. That's Matt Munro and the number 31 Bentley. So huge shame for those guys. And in front, it's Matt Cotter, gets it sideways. Now just hold it together though. Oh, now not much to really talk about in regards to what's happening on track. I doubt he's just keeping Cotter honest. Cotter's not really just driving away at this early stage of the race. Any mistake that can happen in these tricky conditions around this circuit, that will bring Dowd back into the mix. So Cotter's going to have to drive on the absolute, well, the best he possibly can. All about concentration as well. So while we have a bit of a break in the action as the field is starting to spread out rather nicely around the 6 kilometre circuit, we're going to have a quick look through what else A Gaming has coming up in the world of sim racing. So we can quickly just flick through their Discord at the moment. So well, this Tuesday, 6th of October at 8 PM, we have got they have got round number 5 of the Trans Am series that they're running on Assetto Corsa. And that is at Manfield Circuit. And that is a fairly cool looking series. They got 1970s and 69 Camaros, Ford Cougars, the Javelin, Firebirds, Mustangs, Challengers, Javelins, Cougars, and the Dart as well. That looks like a really cool series. The cars are, from what I've heard, really fun to drive, really fun to race. It's a rather close competition as well. So if you haven't joined the AK Gaming Discord, you might want to do that as quickly as you can and just have a quick look at what they have going on. They also have the F1 series. Next round is this Wednesday, the French Grand Prix Circuit, Paul Ricard. And if I'm not mistaken, on top of all that, AK Gaming have also got some pretty big events happening on the 4th, 5th and 6th of December. Is their Endurance Championship, round number 1, or event number 1. LMP1, LMP2, GT3 and GT4. So round number 1 on the 4th, 5th and 6th of December at Spa-Francorchamps. This will be on Seta Corsa, if I'm not mistaken. That is always going to be a really spectacular race to see. Large lineup of cars as well, which is pretty cool. So meanwhile, back on track, we have a little bit of action starting to brew up between Taniak and Cezanne. We have McLaughlin in the pits as well. I'd say a massive amount of damage on the front of that McLaren. We saw him binning it on lap 1 through Eau Rouge and Radion. Oh, Cezanne, that is going to be a track limits right there. Certainly very aggressive over the curb. See again, Taniak just going for the inside line, looking for water by the looks of things. So maybe the McLaren not as nice on its tyres, and around he goes. So there is another bin for our field, and Malith is losing a lot of time now. So he gets the big McLaren turned around and back on circuit. No doubt he is going to be quite filthy with that. And again, big tank slap for Malith. So he's got to just relax, just let the tyres come back to him. He's going to lose a position to Walter in the Aston. So we jump on board with Walter now. Oh, he's binned it right in front of Walter. Walter had nowhere to go. We just saw it then. So, Maleth, a lot of damage on the front of that McLaren for sure. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. We just need that to slow down a little bit. And again, so Maleth, he's just... This has been the lap from hell for Maleth. Again, he's just got to try and settle down. A lot of damage on this car. Would be best for him to pit. Just regather his thoughts. And then head back out on track. As we see Walter in the pits as well, so... Be a lot of damage on the front of this Aston. Oh, that is severe damage. So, oh, geez, the front of that Aston has seen much better days, as has the back of this McLaren. In fact, we're going to quickly take a look at the replay, find out saw what happened. We were on board with Walter at the time. But, just see from Taniak. See, just got on the curb, and he ended up on the AstroTurf, and that's put him into the way of Walter, and no, that's sent him into the fence as well. So it's been the lap from hell for Maleth. I think he would have been glad to see the end of it. Then he's had another lose. The car's just become completely undrivable in these conditions, and in the condition that it's in. So, well, both Walter and Taniak are losing a lot of time, but in these conditions around this circuit, again, anything can happen, and usually does happen, so their race is certainly not over yet. But although the form that this guy, Matt Cotter, is in right now, it's going to be hard to see that the 96 and number 13, well, 96 McLaren and 13 Aston Martin fight back from where they are at the moment. But, well, can never say never. Continue to watch Matt Cotter as he just continues to pound in these fast and consistent laps. He's opened up 11 seconds over Lucas Dowd. In fact, Dowd looks like he's falling into the clutches of David Thornton. We just see there in the yellow Lexus. Just looking up ahead, that small dot that is the Lexus of Dowd. It is starting to get a little bit bigger for Thornton, and that'll be spurring him on. More than likely putting Dowd under a little bit of pressure as he's watching this yellow and black Lexus grow bigger in the rear vision mirror. And that always plays on your mind no matter what. As the temptation will be there for Dowd just to try and pick up the pace a little bit by carrying the brakes maybe a metre later or getting on the throttle a metre earlier. And it's probably the worst thing you can possibly do. The best thing you can do, just stick to your rhythm and just let your own pace and ability maintain and manage that gap. Right now, still focusing on David Thornton as he makes his way through the campus chicanes. Just hear the magnificent sound of this Lexus V8. It roars around the Spa-Francorchamps circuit. It's almost a consistent engine note with the Aston Martin ahead. See that this Lexus is quite strong in the final and first sectors. Just see that picks up probably about 3, maybe 4 car lengths on the Aston ahead. So pressure will be mounting on Dowd right now. Go the wrong way once again with that camera. Now look at the back of the Aston of Dowd. Just see that Lexus is starting to get a little bit uncomfortably close for the Aston of Dowd. At least in this first hour, Matt Cotter has been the drive of the race, just absolutely steaming ahead to the tune of over 10 seconds to Lucas Dowd. Although gap is down a little bit as we start making way to the end of the first hour. Let us know in chat if you have any questions about any upcoming events for AK Gaming or indeed Go Race Promotions Sim Sports. Certainly hoping to grow both communities. both very friendly and fun-loving communities, particularly with the expansion of AK gaming, AK racing to AK gaming to include, well, other gaming communities. So if you've got any questions you want to know, you want to ask, ask away in chat. I'll do the best I can to answer them. So Dowd gets it all wrong through Radion and Eau Rouge. Just see these conditions are just so super tricky. It's hard to tell what the car is actually going to do. That is just going to help Thornton close the gap. Gap is closed down as they make their way through the bus stop chicane. Lucas Dowd under all sorts of pressure now from the black and yellow Lexus of David Thornton. So Thornton really putting the blowtorch on nice and early to Lucas Dowd. As hello to Pennywise. Greetings from Germany. Well, mate, greetings from Australia. Hope you're enjoying the coverage so far. As we already have a pit stop from John O'Ball. Bentley in the pit lane. We just see him trundling out of the pit lane and back onto the circuit. So I'm not sure if that was scheduled or perhaps he had a bit of a bin. Maybe if one of his teammates is in chat can let me know what went on. Right now we've got a very close battle starting to brew for second place. Although as I say that, looks like Dowd, maybe he's being spurred on by the closing Thornton. But he's actually starting to whittle away at the gap between himself and Cotter. It was up to 11 seconds, now down to 9.8. So maybe Cotter has pushed those tyres a little too hard. Maybe Dowd has just been driving a little bit more conservatively. But either way, Dowd and Thornton are actually starting to close the gap to Cotter. So watch this space. We might have a three-way battle for the lead of this race. So looking in chat, how's the weather in Australia? Depends on where you are in Australia, as Bullermaster has just said, not far off the race weather in South Australia. But what is going on here? We have Lucas Dowd. He's just getting out of the way of David Thornton. So we're starting to see some race tactics. Probably a smart move from Dowd. See that Thornton had a lot more pace. Rather than get pressured into making a mistake, he's just sidestepped the Lexus. And maybe he's hoping that Thornton will drag him onto the back of Cotter. He's currently just made his way through the La Source hairpin, now sending it down towards Eau Rouge and Radiant as we just pick up on Matt Cotter in the spinning torpedo Aston. Just getting onto that, back onto that question from Pennywise. Well, amazingly, in Canberra, it's actually quite nice and warm. So I'd say that we're just about at the end of our 2-week grace period where the weather is actually tolerable. And we're about to get into a horrible, horrible couple of weeks in summer as Laura McLaughlin has binned it coming out of the final corner. I think maybe he's managed to keep it off the fence and keep damage off of that car. As we currently continue to follow McLaughlin. Looks like he's about to go a lap down to Terry Darwin in the Hoof-Hearted Racing Mercedes. Terry's had a good recovery after that horrible bin. Lap 1 in Rouge and Radion, where he got tangled up twice with Aaron Thomas in the number 720 McLaren and the number 13 of Ben McKenzie and Jeremy Walter. I thought I heard a car entering pit lane, but not quite. Starting to see a move here between McKenzie and McLaughlin. So McLaughlin up the inside at La Source, and he manages to get the move done. So Lauren McLaughlin picks up a position back. So McLaughlin back up to P. Well, back up to P9. He's got a long way to go to the next car. Actually, I think he was just picking a lap back up on McKenzie. Yes, he was. So, well, we'll just forget all about that, I guess. as we just keep track of where David Thornton is. He is managing to close the gap down slowly between himself and Matt Cotter. So, just have a quick look at the... So I've just bumped a button and saved a screenshot. So we'll have a quick look at Thornton's times. A 2:30 flat was his previous best, and a 2:30.9. So Thornton, he is closing the gap down on Cotter. So maybe Cotter just settling into a nice conservative rhythm, just trying to look after those tyres, maybe save a bit of fuel and go a little bit further with the stint. While Thornton, he's just... well, he is going full send at the moment. He is driving the absolute wheels off this Lexus as we jump on board with him. Picture's gone from stream, yeah. Hang on a second, what is going on here? Nah, what is going on? We're trying to fix as quickly as we can. A second. Just bear with me. What happens when you bump a random button? Jeez. No, I didn't know that that the picture had dropped out. Alright, see you later, Mr. Fugor. Look forward to seeing you back later on. Might actually have to just drop out of the server quickly and just see if we can't... Might even have to just pop out of the game for a second. That is rather irritating. Just bump one button and you have to restart the whole stream almost. Let us know if you have any questions on upcoming events, whether that's with Go Race Promotions Sim Sports or AK Gaming. I'm sure I can answer whatever questions you have. It's both are really good communities. Both have got some pretty competitive drivers. Here we go. See if that has worked. why have you not worked? Oh, this is a great stream. High quality stream. Oh, there we go. Okay, we are back in business. So,
Green light. Go, go, go.
so let's just bring up our broadcasting menu back. There we go. Certainly is back. We've lost a competitor as well, so we're down to 9 cars on track. We've got Taniak, he's managed to get some pace back in his car. And he's all over the back of Laurie McLaughlin. McLaughlin down a lap. Down a few laps, actually. We can see John O'Ball, he's going to fall another lap down to McLaughlin. So it's going to be a very long race for Ball. But while we were gone, Thornton has managed to get the gap down between himself and Cotter down to under 8 seconds. Saw it briefly, it was down to 6.8 seconds, so it's gone back up a little bit, so Cotter has responded to the pace of David Thornton. Or maybe Cotter just deciding to just manage the gap a little bit. Maybe manage his tyres, maybe go into a bit of fuel saving. Not really sure what is going on. Maybe someone in chat could probably fill us in on what's happened. Whether we're starting to see some early strategy in this race or not. Right now it's pretty quiet on track, except for this little, gaggle of cars right here. Ball managing to pull a lap back on McLaughlin. The blue flags are waving. We have got Taniaki. I wonder how many times I can pronounce this name differently. He's just coming under fire from Terry Darwin, who is in 5th place, trying to put a lap down on him. But Malth is currently being held up a little bit, perhaps, by the 2 lap cars ahead of him. So this will be a test of patience for Malith. Blue flags are waving like crazy to the 2 cars ahead. But, Ball is keen to not go another lap down. And McLaughlin's also keen not to go another lap down to Mackenzie or even a Taniak. They make their way through the Lacombe chicane. Ball running it in a little bit deep. That's also sucked McLaughlin in. And they both compromise their exit towards the right-hander to head down the hill. Again. Malith Ataniak. Ataniak. Still have no idea how to pronounce that surname. I'm really sorry if I am pronouncing that surname incorrectly. But this is seeming to be where all the action is concentrated, as Van Wingard now has entered the server. So we're now back up to 10 cars, as finally McLaughlin just sidesteps the 96 McLaren and allows Malith to get on with his race. In fact, well, Darwin's just not quite able to stick with these guys, actually. I wonder if Darwin is still sporting some damage from lap number 1. That car looks pretty clean. The car looks actually immaculate. So I wonder if maybe he's been in the pit lane and repaired the damage already. As Jack Meredith in the chat, just about to jump in the number 99 Aston. Safe to say we are monitoring the Lexus's pace. Yeah, that pace of that Lexus is quite astonishing at the moment, because Thornton has closed the gap now to under 6 seconds. So the battle, we could have a battle on our hands for the lead of this race. So it's not over yet. And thank you for the follow as well, Jack. Much appreciated. Hope you look back through the live stream from Thursday night in the Super GTs. Of course, Jack, one of our brave drivers who's in the GT 500 class. Had a very interesting race, to say the least. Managed to stick with Alfonso a little bit, and well, really had a flawless race, has to be said, unless he had a bin that I didn't see. Thank you very much, Jack. Good luck with your stint as well, mate. Hope it goes well. We'll be watching from the sidelines anyway. The pace of that Lexus, it's quite worrying at the moment. Gap is coming down rather quickly this lap. Thornton on the move. Just something worrying that I have noticed up in the top right corner. That weather forecast is not looking real good. So that rain is forecast to get a lot heavier within the next 5 minutes. So I don't think any of these drivers are going to be ripping off the wet weather tyres in the foreseeable future. I think it's actually going to get a little bit worse for them. So into the pits now, Matt Cotto. He's going to jump over to Jack Meredith. And in fact, Thornton will keep going. So this is, I think this is quite brave from the 343 team. The undercut is pretty big around here. In these conditions, although maybe well, on the other hand, perhaps David Thornton is quite confident in the Lexus's pace and the tyres, so he might try and keep going for much longer than what Cotter was able to. Still waiting for the number 99 to actually get moving again. It's oh, now it's moving again, so it's about half a lap that teams lose in the pit lane. Then they got this massive long pit lane. It just stretches on and on and on. You jump on board with Jack Meredith as he makes his way down pit lane. This extraordinarily long pit lane, it has to be said. And Meredith will get set to head out onto the circuit. So we also see the Terry Darwin Mercedes in pit lane, so could be a change of driver over to David Brister. But at the end of the first hour, not really much to talk about, except maybe the first corner. Fair bit of excitement happening in Eau Rouge and Radion, with Aaron Thomas copping a little bit of a touch from, from the man on screen through Eau Rouge, although it has to be said there wasn't much room afforded to the Orcon Steel Mercedes, and that caused a 3-car pile-up that involved just trying to remember. Involved the number 13 Aston, as well as the 96 of Aaron Thomas. So otherwise, it's been pretty clean racing, and really much to write home about. But well, something to write home about. Well, something very excited to get involved with is the Go Race Promotions Sim Sports Discord. We have quite a few events about to take place. We have the Super GT round number 2 at Albert Park on Thursday night. Chris Ruffalo currently leading the championship, but with 25 kilos of success ballast, he's going to have a lot of work cut out for him. And you can get involved as well simply by joining our Discord, signing up for the event, or for the league actually, and well, just joining a very, very good community of, well, fun-loving sim racers and gamers alike. We, of course, are starting the... Well, we're actually getting also set up for our very first TCX 300 event. And if you've just joined the stream, one thing that, well, the TCX 300 is all about combining some of the best touring car categories in the world and putting them on the track at the same time, racing for their own class. So we've combined GT3, V8 supercars, and TCR, and they're all going to be on track racing together for their own class honours, but overall class honours as well. And I can tell you right now, even just mixing it with the AI, it's going to be quite a close race. Although the first race at Circuit Algarve, certainly the GT3s are the faster cars, but certainly a very ambitious set of events for us, as we have a car off the track just at the end of the Lacombe chicane, and that is Ben McKenzie. So McKenzie has binned it, and he has binned it hard. So we're going to have to take a quick replay of this. So this is not how you really want your race to go. See if we can't find Benny McKenzie. So going through Lacombe. Looks like he's just run a little bit wide, got up onto that curb, and he has ploughed that Aston Martin into the fence. So hugely disappointing for McKenzie in that. Geez, the front of that Aston has been absolutely munted, nice and proper. So he'll be back to the pit lane for sure for McKenzie. And in fact, McKenzie runs off the track again, so maybe some steering damage as well. As you can see, that McKenzie is just limping back to the pit lane. Also, thank you to Argo55 for the follow. Hope you enjoy all the future streams. And thank you to Bullermaster for answering the question, which brings me on to the next point. If you're keen on joining a very friendly and open gaming community that does not just sim racing, but all sorts of gaming events, look no further than AK Racing. Oh, sorry, AK Gaming now. Always get that mixed up. Keep on forgetting that they changed their name recently. You can join their Discord, and as soon as I find our effective race leader, as in fact Thornton into the pit lane, so this will be for scheduled stop for sure. Anyway. So there is the Discord for AK Gaming. So as I said a little bit earlier, they do a little bit more than just sim racing these days. It's so if I'm just having a quick flick through their through their Discord at the moment. They've got military sims, Fall Guys, Rocket League, Flight Sims, Star Wars, Elite Dangerous, first-person shooters, fighting games. Basically, if you play it, they can probably come up with a community for you to create some pretty cool game nights with. Argo 55, are they allowed spotters or using stock AI spotters? Mate, how this works is, because each car has got a couple of drivers to it, the other drivers are currently in the server and they basically sit in spectator mode. Usually, well, when I've done an endurance race on Competizione, I usually sit in this camera angle and I basically spot for my team driver. As we have a drive-through for Cesana. I can only imagine that would be for speeding in pit lane. So the number 87 just come out of the pits. He's making his way down the Camel's Throat, but he's going to be finding himself touring the absolutely shortest pit lane in Assetto Corsa Competizione. One more time. Hopefully he gets I imagine it must be the entry that he got wrong for actually a drive-through. That might be track limits as well. That could be track limits. No, that didn't work. I thought that might have brought up some sort of server message. But either way, James Vanderham. So, unfortunately, Cesana, he's handed over to Vanderham, and that's giving him a drive-through as well. So, I'm sure the team will be quite impressed with that. But nonetheless, just got to roll with the punches and just do the best you can. Game Stew? I want to say that's Game Stew. ACC is just the best game. Got it yesterday and doesn't even compare to iRacing. Mate, I have to agree with you. I really do enjoy Assetto Corsa Competizione. It's very difficult to get right, but once you start really getting involved in leagues, then you start to learn how to set cars up and even how to respond to changes. So I'd say that's where I made most of my ground. Was by joining a league and racing against some pretty quick guys, getting a teammate and learning as much as I could about setups. So yeah, once again, if you're keen to join an ACC league in Australia or New Zealand, AK Gaming is a good place to start. I reckon they do run sprint nights every fortnight. They swap between V8 supercars and Assetto Corsa Competizione. And then on Wednesday nights they have Formula One, and then they also have British touring cars from the 1990s. So if you've got a bit of, if you want a bit of nostalgia from maybe your early days of watching motorsport, like maybe watching some great drivers like Gabriele Tarquini, definitely tune into Go Race Promotions, well, twitch.tv/Go Race Promotions, Go Race _promotions, to watch some British touring car action from AK Gaming. Also looking at the chat, Kenaway, Rain, fun times. Mate, what's wrong with Rain? Rain is great. Rain is great fun. I say that because I am from Canberra. And for our international viewers, Canberra is basically the London of Australia, or the England of Australia. It's freezing cold and usually raining. Though it has to be said, it was a really nice day today. as hell. Yeah. Dry as hell, boiling hot. I think we have about, I make the joke a lot, but we probably have a grand total of 2 weeks every year of just spot on weather. Otherwise, yeah, rest of the year it's either too cold to do anything or too bloody hot to do anything. So, yeah, we really picked a great place to plonk the nation's capital in. So, in fact, after the pit stops, the Lexus of Matty Richards and David Thornton has actually taken the lead, and they've got 20 seconds up their sleeve to Jack Meredith. So, I wonder if Meredith has actually made a mistake somewhere, or maybe he's. I see that he's in a bit of a cluster of cars there. I wonder if maybe he's just been held up with a bit of traffic, and traffic is. Can be quite, well, traffic is damaging to your race, but yeah, for him to lose 20 seconds, that is massive. We're going to quickly stop back up here. Unfortunately, this is not a battle for position, but we're going to focus on Lucas Dode. Don't know if Dode has made a pit stop yet. I would think that he has made a pit stop. Surely he has made a pit stop. But still in the car. He's still doing laps in the car. So I wonder, maybe he hasn't made a pit stop. I'm not really sure. But, well, Dode has he's had a pretty good start to this 6-hour race. He started off the front row next to Matt Cotter in the Spinning Torpedo Aston Martin. And well, as the race has gone on, Dowd has sort of lost touch a little bit. Now he's just fallen down to 3rd place, and he just can't seem to get much closer than that, unfortunately. Currently just watching this little cluster of cars as they make their way to Speaker's Corner. Kenway, not really. You haven't really missed... Oh, no, hang on. We've almost missed something. Oh, Dave Brister has binned it at Blanchimont. So we'll have a flick through the replay and find out what happened today. If I can, I'll go back to the very first lap. I don't think I can, unfortunately. But to answer your question, not really. Missed a massive bin in turn 1, lap 1. But that's about it, Kenway. As we're going to have a look at what happened to Dave Brister going into Blanchimont. He's got onto that AstroTurf. He has put the 918 Mercedes into the fence, and he's done that pretty hard. Luckily, no one else coming, so he's able to rejoin cleanly and rejoin the race. But I'm sure he's got a little bit of damage on the front of that car. And, oh, he's had a tank slap, and he's put it into the fence at the top of Radian. So I imagine this car will have a fair bit of damage. Yeah, you can see the scratch marks on the car. And, oh, this car is just not playing the game. At least not for Dave Brister. No, we haven't even made it through the first 2 hours either, Kenway. It's we're about not even 1.5 minutes into the race. It's just a fairly quiet race at the moment. I think most drivers are just just about making sure you have no problems. And Matt Cotter in chat, Meredith got in the car, he was driving, but his view snapped to another car, he had to change back to his car, resulting in the time loss. Stationary in the pits. Jeez, that sucks. As Brister into the fence, for a third time. So Brister not having a good time right now. And that time he has done some proper damage to the front of the 918 Mercedes. He will more than likely have to think about making a stop in pit lane just to get that repaired. Otherwise, he will just do more damage to the car. Luckily, he does have a fair bit of time up his sleeve to McLaughlin, who currently just making his way down Kemmel Straight. So well, as if he's listening to the stream, Brister's in pit lane to get that repaired, so hugely disastrous for Brister, making his first appearance in tonight's race. James Vanderham, currently in the Bentley. Bentley's got a bit of damage on the front of it as well, so Vanderham's made a bit of an off somewhere as well. Or maybe Cesano has had an off and they just didn't repair the damage in the pit stop, you never know. But right now, Vanderham's sitting in 4th position. He's got the number 13 of Jeremy Walter just behind him. So right now for Hum, he's got a decent doesn't really need to battle with Walter at the moment, so he could probably just sidestep, let Walter through, and let him get on with it on his merry way. In fact, I think James is. I think there's another one just listening to the stream while he's driving. Had a quick look through. Who's watching? Doesn't look like it. And oh well. Keeps on his merry way. Shout out to our latest members on our Discord. We have Alex Valentini, Gruesome, Tony Hutcho, and Azro, all joining the Go Race Promotion Sim Sports Discord. And also a shout out to our latest followers today, being Argo55, Jack Meredith 337, currently on the track at the moment, and Block 2025. Thank you so much for supporting Go Race Promotions. It is much appreciated. And if we swap over to AK Gaming, sorry. I always get that mixed up. Keep calling it AK Racing, but it's AK Gaming now. Well, shout out to Fire Trail. And, well, Fire Trail, who is the latest member of AK Gaming, joined yesterday. So thank you so much, guys, for supporting both AK Gaming and Go Race Promotion Sim Sports. It is much appreciated. Make sure, if you haven't done so already, smash the follow button, smash the notification button, then head over to YouTube and watch some of our previous live streams. All our live streams get added straight onto our YouTube channel. It's basically exactly the same as the address for this channel, except I believe it's just Go Race Promotions, no underscore in there. So yeah, head over. Oh no, Hum! Oh well, I'm plugging myself. Hum's almost made a mistake through that massive puddle. In fact, I'm going to quickly fly over to that puddle. So it's not quite visible, but you can just see right there, right on this section here, just before the white line, there is a massive puddle. Unfortunately, ACC doesn't really render the puddle as well as, say, Project Cars 2, but you definitely feel it. And you can definitely hear it as the engine revs pick up. So we've already seen a few people bin it here, simply because of that puddle. It just aquaplanes the car, and well, just I'm trying to remember. I think it was Aaron Thomas ended up going for a spin. And, oh, right there, Dave Bristow almost loses it as well. It's such an awkward part of the circuit as well. You've almost got to sort of... Oh, Thomas manages to just hang on to it. You've almost sort of try and point the car, commit to a line long before you even get to the turn, and then just straighten the wheel and hope for the best. And let me tell you, it is not fun. It is not fun going through there. Yeah, I hate it. For these guys to try and do this for the next 4.5 hours, it's going to be a very, very big ask. We're currently waiting for McLaughlin to come out of pit lane at the moment. But let's focus back on James Vanderham. So he's got our leader, Matty Richards, in the Lexus bearing down on him. Richards just continuing to lap consistently. 2:35.5 is last lap time. Quickly look back at Jack Meredith, 2:36.6. So Meredith just losing a little bit, just losing touch a little bit with Richards at the moment. Oh, he gets up on that AstroTurf and almost fires the Aston into the fence. So maybe just trying to push a little bit too hard. Maybe just watching the gap grow a little bit. He just needs to settle down, get into his rhythm, and stick to the rhythm. Got plenty of time, and there's plenty of time for the other drivers around you to make a mistake, and that is the challenge of endurance racing. So unlike sprint racing, where you only have a limited time to get the move done and to position yourself in for a position to win the race in those last handful of laps, endurance racing, it's a marathon basically. Exactly what the name implies. A very long race. You've got plenty of time to make up for time you've lost. But in saying that, you cannot afford to put the car into the fence. Because once you start going a lap or 2 laps down, it's going to be very, very difficult to make that time up. And in fact, it's almost impossible to make the time up. So the main thing is just to remain consistent and stick to your rhythm. As we just see Meredith. Starting to look a little bit smoother now. So jump on board with him now for a lap of the Spa-Francorchamps circuit. Just seen Meredith really having to, almost having to do a bit of a ballet dance with the steering wheel to maintain control of the Aston. Currently, the field has spread out. Unfortunately, we started with 11 and currently only got 9 left in the race. So it's been a race of attrition so far. And we have M Kitty. Welcome back, M Kitty. Do remember seeing you one of our previous streams. It's good to have you back, and good to see you still cheering on Walter. And Andy O'Hara in the chat. Andy, why are you in chat, and why aren't you racing? That is the $1 million question at the moment. Oh, M Kitty, you got to hit the subscribe button, because Walter does a fantastic job in the British Touring Car Championship. know you're a big fan of him. So, thank you, Anton. It's oh, Meredith sideways again on the Kemmel Straight. That puddle, that is an absolute killer. It's, it has been catching out people quite a bit in this race, and geez, that rain is just getting harder. Oh, loving the banter going on in chat at the moment. Don't have time for 6 hours. But to be fair, Anton, Andy did already do a 6 hour of Spa race. Managed the top 10 if I'm not mistaken. Raced with the Ruse guys. So I think, to be fair, I wouldn't be in the mood to race Spa for another 6 hours. That's so it's a very difficult track. No, Anton, don't beat yourself up, mate. Honestly, mate, if I had $1 for every time I messed up a server setting on race night, I'd be able to afford my own GT3 team, quite frankly. I haven't even tried to set up an Assetto Corsa Competizione server. Well, let's try and find Jeremy Walter for M Kitty. Here we go. We're going to jump on board with Walter. I believe he's taken over from Ben McKenzie. Unfortunately, McKenzie did plant this Aston into the fence. So that's why they're so far down. But they seem to be closing the gap to Laurie McLaughlin. See how cautious Walter is through that puddle on Kemmel Straight. Andy, yeah. It's, I wouldn't say it's been wet, it's just been absolutely soaking, drowning wet. And looking at the forecast up in the top right-hand corner, it's just going to get heavier. We may even end up with a flooded track, which is great fun. Flooded track, I wouldn't recommend it. It's cannot you can't even drive the car in a straight line. Well, Andy, we can't all be as awesome as you. Let's be honest. Oh, you're telling me? Ah, oh, yeah, that kink is awful. I think there's also another puddle coming up. Yeah, that's right. There's a puddle right here as well. I think a little bit back there, in that initial left-hander. As Walter runs a little bit wide, manages to keep the car going in a straight line, and just rivers running across the track in certain places makes it very awkward for the drivers. Fortunately, if I have one criticism of Assetto Corsa Competizione and one praise for Project Cars 2. It's how they present the water on the circuit. It is a lot better in Project Cars 2. Like, you can actually see the puddles in Project Cars 2. If only they got the rest of the game so good. But Assetto Corsa Competizione, they just need to render the puddles a little bit better, I think, just so you can actually see them. continue to follow Walter as he treads carefully through the... almost loses it through Lacoon. Still chasing down Laurie McLaughlin, who's just 8.7 seconds up the road. He gets it wide. I want to say, I'd love to say that that Walter is being cautious, but with the way he's using the AstroTurf, I think he is pressing on. Oh, wow. Just had that pointed out by Matty Richards that Meredith has been closing the gap on, sorry, Matt Munro. My mistake. I'm feeling a little bit, for some reason I'm feeling really lethargic today. But anyway, we're now seeing the battle for the lead kick off again. So we're going to just look at the back of Matthew Richards' Lexus. Is that a bit of damage on the back of the Lexus, actually? There's a bit of damage, so I wonder if Chris Munro, yep. So there's a fair bit of damage on the back of the Lexus, so I'd love to know what has happened for Matty Richards. There's a lot of damage on this car altogether. Oh, that's a lot of damage on the front of the Lexus. We're going to have to go through a replay once this battle settles down to find out what has happened. To find out what on earth has happened to the Lexus of Matthew Richards. He's pressing on. Definitely trying to do his bit for the team, but geez, he's up against it. That he's going to be suffering a bit of straight line pace, I reckon. There's that aero, it's not looking real good through Eau Rouge. Oh, jeez, it's swirling. And yeah, I did notice that a little bit earlier. 15 minutes time, thunderstorms. So I think it's going to be a case of throw out the wets and just get a jet ski. We jump on board with the spinning torpedoes. He thinks about a move, but I think at this stage it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when for Meredith. So he tips it in through No Name. And now they make their way towards Pujon. I really want to find out what has happened to the 343 Lexus, but right now we've got a really close battle on our hands. Oh, that's that lake up towards the campus chicanes. Oh, he's gone for a move and it hasn't worked. So Meredith has turned the Lexus, the 343 Lexus of Richards. That's going to allow Dowd to the Dowd Aston to pick up a lap. So he is now back on the lead lap. So that is just going to add to the pain for the 343 team. Although Meredith did, readdress it immediately. It's going to be filthy with it, that's for sure, with that move. It was very ambitious, but I think just maybe a little bit of impatience for Meredith. Just Just needs to settle down and just pick his moment. Might get a run down towards Eau Rouge, but pretty well one line through Eau Rouge in the dry. Wouldn't want to try and fit too wide in the pouring rain. Oh no, another bot in chat. Oh, 2 bots, what is going on? Well, anyway, we're going to keep focusing on this battle because they're now side by side. Meredith is on the wrong side of the track, but he has got a much nicer car. Although he's going to stick it around the outside. They're still side by side through Lacombe. Oh, Richard's on the throttle early. Big slide. Gets the drive up towards the right-hander, and he hangs onto the lead by the skin of his teeth. So hang on a second, let me just try and get rid of these 2 bots. Lock him as well, so there we go. Won't have to put up with that. Right. Boys in the macro are having a shit of a time. Yeah. Yeah, it hasn't been good for the 96. We had one McLaren also drop out earlier. So, went from 11 down to 9. And, well, you got to start somewhere, that's for sure. Oh, what's interesting is that we haven't got any other mid-engined cars either. As Munro points out just then, good old 20-second delay on Twitch. But this battle is continuing on. Going to look at the back of the Richards Lexus. Just see that Richards can get the power down so much nicer than Meredith. Although I have a feeling that's more to do with the turbo lag of the Aston. Honestly, it's a bit of a strategy. If you got an Aston behind, just park it on the apex in the mid corner, balk him, and then just power out. Oh, that will be a track cut for sure. As now we head up to the damn puddles, sideways for both of them. But Meredith gets a much better run. He's in the slipstream, and now he's going to have the right side of the track for Lacombe. And he has got the move done. No. Richards is going to hang it around the outside. He's going to have the inside line for the next corner. But Meredith, a great move around the outside. A much better thought out. He definitely thought that move out a lot better than the previous attempt through the campus chicanes. But Richards is hanging on. He's doesn't want to let Meredith get away. That's a very good point, actually, Andy. You get a track cut if you make an advantage. But anyway, Meredith, well, even with the damage on the Lexus, he's not really pulling away as quickly as what I thought he would. In fact, Richards just seems to be spurred on by by the loss of the lead of the race. And he's pressing on. Oh, look at that. Get a better view of... Oh, that is terrible. That is almost impossible to see out of. Richards wide. And then through that puddle, he just loses a little bit of time. Oh, he closes right up under brakes. Now this is where the Lexus should have a little bit of an advantage on the Aston, just in the acceleration. Hasn't quite worked out this time by. So head towards La Source. Again, the battle for the lead, still nose to tail. What this is doing, it's helping Dowd, actually, just up the road from these guys. He's just heading through Eau Rouge and Radion now. He is just making up more time on the leaders, so this could bring Dowd back into the race in about 4 hours' time. We have a car off the circuit. It's just up the road. It is Laurie McLaughlin, and oh, that's a Bentley. That's Jono Ball. So I think we all know what's happened there. They've got it wrong just on the left-hander of Lacombe Chicane, and that's fired them into the wall. I mean, there's a very common mistake to make on this circuit. So we've got a few things that we need to look up in the replay. First things first, we're going to try and find out what has happened to that Lexus of the 343 Lexus. So car's looking clean there. Okay, so that's where the damage is. No damage there. Damage, okay. Okay, so we have an answer. So, who wants to have a bet what's happened? I reckon that wall of champions has claimed someone else. There it is. Oh, that is a huge hit. So, well, there you go. Let's find the Aston, the number 13 Aston, and yep, this will be exactly the same thing. And he made this mistake earlier in the race too, but he's managed to arrest a little bit more speed this time. And then we have the Jono Ball Bentley, and he almost planted into the side of the Aston. So, gee, that could have been a hell of a lot worse than what it actually was for McLaughlin, as Jono Ball is actually into the pit lane. In fact, both Ball and McLaughlin are into the pits, so they're having a struggle out there, it has to be said. But, Matty Richards, he's who was it that oh, he left it, that's right, he left. He left the chat temporarily. It was not. It was Mr. Fugor. Someone's going to have to clip that replay just so that Mr. Fugor can see that when he comes back into the stream. Whew. Oh, everything's just starting to settle down, although went the wrong way again. We've got a battle for 5th place here. Yellow Thunderstorm, no. Oh no. Now we got Jeremy Walter in the Aston. Sorry, I've made a bit of a mistake. Laurie McLaughlin hasn't hit that wall before. I've just got him mixed up with Ben McKenzie, who has planted this Aston into that fence a little bit earlier. But Jeremy Walter, he's I'd say he's actually made a pass on Brister. In fact, he has, as he crosses over the sector, and the order updates on our leaderboard in the top left-hand corner there. Big thanks to Rambam99 for the follow. Andy, I believe this weather pattern usually ends in carnage. usually ends in red flag. But anyway. Well. Let's check in with our leaders again. Meredith is just starting to creep away a little bit over Matty Richards. Gap is now up to 3.1 seconds. So maybe at this point Meredith has broken the attack of Richards, but we're starting to get into the second pit stop phase for our leaders. Meredith very, very wide. And might have gotten away with that one. But, you certainly don't want to be pushing the limits there too much. We're going to ride on board with Meredith now. And he misses the apex. Just hear how patient he is on the throttle. You can hear the traction control working overtime as well. Well, we've just got a little bit of a lull in the action. Just like to remind you that AK Gaming have got a lot more happening than just sim racing nowadays. I'll just bring up their Discord one more time. We can see that they have, obviously they've got a lot of Assetto Corsa leagues running at the moment with the British touring cars, V8 supercars, Trans Am Super Slam. It's quite ingenious. The AK endurance events, which feature LMP1, LMP2 and GT4 cars. And then they've also expanded into other games. So AK Racing is now AK Gaming. They run with, they also have a few first-person shooter communities, Elite Dangerous, got a Star Wars community now, Flight Sim community, Rocket League, Fall Guys, Military Sims, you name it, they've got a community for it. So if you want to get involved with a gaming community, let me just create a new Discord link. Ugh, don't know how to type anymore. But, we're very happy here at Go Race Promotions to stream their sim racing events. So, of course, on Wednesday nights they have their Formula One. I think it's, oops, I bumped a button. I believe it's Formula One 2020. Someone in chat want to correct me? It's Formula One 2020 or Formula One 2019? I don't really know. But, every fortnight they swap around, and it's British touring cars as well on Wednesday nights. V8 supercars on alternating Sundays. 2019, yeah, thanks Bullermeister. And then bring up their Discord one more time and have a look at their AK Enduro. Their first one is 4th, 5th and 6th of December at Spa-Francorchamps. That is going to be a really, really exciting event. So, got quite a bit lined up over at AK Gaming at the moment. So, and also a huge shout out to the IGA Murray Bridge. They are the supporters of AK Gaming. So big shout out to Murray Bridge IGA. If you're up in the area, head over and support them. So very much appreciated. Mr. Benny Mack, welcome to the stream, mate. You and Jeremy are doing a fantastic job. Let me just... Oh, hang on. What was that? Oh, Vanderham. He's still got that damage on the front of the Bentley. Oh, Kelvin Wright. He's binned it. Where has he binned that? That's coming out of No Name. So it's really easy. Kind of easy to make that mistake in these conditions. And looking at the damage on that Bentley, I'd say... actually, it's not too bad. I think we've certainly seen a lot worse in this race, at least. I think it's just a few scrapes up the side. Oh, I've seen worse than that. But anyway, so Kelvin Wright, he's had a bit of a moment. He's just continuing on now, which is quite fortunate. Let's see if we can't find... Oh, there he is. So, right on cue, Jeremy Walter. Just the man we were looking for. Ben, we did see that you ended up in the Wall of Champions. Oh, no. Got another car off the track. That's Matthew Richards. So, Richards off the track just before the camper chicanes. What has happened there? Well, I mean, we're going to have to go for a replay and find out what has happened as soon as we find our car. There he is there. So, let's say maybe the damage is just starting to take its toll. Just here, traction control not quite doing the job for Matty Richards. I think it's going to happen right here. He's going to grab the AstroTurf and... Oh... He's managed to keep it off the wall, so he's at least got... He can at least salvage that. We'll jump on board quickly with him. That was the camera angle wanted right here. See, maybe he's just trying to push a little too hard, trying to catch up with Jack Meredith. But hasn't quite worked out for him. So, Matty Richards, an unforced error. It's dropped him off right off the back of Jack Meredith. So we got Lucas Dowd in traffic as well, and Terry Darwin. This weather is just going to start getting worse. That is damage on the front of Jeremy Walter's car. So we're going to have to find out what has happened to the number 13 Aston. So let's see if we can't have to find number 13. There he is. No, he's made it through the Lake of Death. Ah, so the damage has happened. Ah, right there. So that's Kelvin Wright up ahead in the number 27 Bentley. Now I reckon conditions are just starting to get a little bit worse. He's just grabbed the paint, had a big slide, and well, Jeremy's just had nowhere to go. It's so hard to predict what a spinning car is going to do. So, oh, Walter's had enough. He's into the pit lane. So, imagine that Benny Mac will be jumping into the car now. I mean, it's we're about at the point where we're looking at the next round of pit stops and the next round of driver changes. Kelvin Wright, that was a really nasty incident. We'll have to see how much damage is on the Bentley now. So after all that, the Bentley has actually come out not too bad. Maybe a few extra scuff marks on the side of the car, but oh, he's just hung on to that. It's really starting to get treacherous just on that little kink on the Camel Straight, pardon me. And looking at the forecast, it's not getting better anytime soon. The one thing that, I'll tell you right now, the one thing that I was always told when I was growing up, racing karts in Canberra, when it would bucket down rain at a drop of a hat, the one thing that my dad always told me is that it rains on everyone. So once you have that sort of mindset, it's actually a lot easier to drive in the rain, believe it or not. Oh, Lucas taking so many risks. Flirting with death on that AstroTurf. We got some pro tips in the chat from our resident alien, Andy O'Hara. Bump the tyre pressures up in these conditions to give a little bit more clearance. Max the front tyre pressures. It's actually quite clever. I like that. Thank you very much, Andy, for the advice. We'll definitely take that on board. Right now, currently riding with Lucas Dowd. He's really just tiptoeing around in these conditions, heading up to the puddle of death. Oh, the understeer. It's absolutely terrible. Oh, it's been raining all race. It's just gotten heavier. So continue to watch Lucas tiptoe around in the Aston Martin. He's got a Mercedes up ahead. That is the Terry Darwin 918 Merc. Perry looks like he's got a bit of a handful with this car. So right on board with Terry and just see what sort of horrible difficulty he's got with this car at the moment. Just sliding everywhere. And look at the speed difference. They're down to 185 kilometers per hour through Blanchimont. Usually, that's a corner you can take around 250 kilometers per hour. But obviously, in these conditions, there is no way known you would even attempt that. So, once again, Spa throws up some brilliant weather. Oh, we got a car off the track up ahead. It's Jeremy Walter. Has he planted that car into the fence again? Looks like a little bit of damage on the front of the Aston. We'll get a quick replay and just find out what has happened. I'd say the AstroTurf has claimed another victim at the Lacombe chicane. Looks like he went in a little bit deep. Let's put him out wide. And little kiss on the wall. Might get away with a bit of light damage there. Big slide again for Walter. He's got about 4 laps to make up on the car ahead, which is Phillips. Just crossed the line then. Just see that he's tiptoeing everywhere. We also see that the number 343 Lexus is in the pit lane. They've actually taken the lead. Well, they temporarily took the lead. Spinozzi now behind the wheel of the spinning torpedo. Aston goes through the lake of death on the Camel Straight. Manages to keep it going in a forward direction. Relatively forward direction. And in case you think we're joking about Lake of Death, once again, unfortunately, Competizione doesn't really do a good job of rendering puddles, but there it is. So it's almost marked out by the white lines there. A lot of drivers are just flirting with danger here. We see the 343 Lexus go through. As we wait for the number 27 Bentley of Kelvin Wright to... He just plows through it in the Boatley. Which makes sense, really. Now rejoin our leader, Alex Spinozzi. Oh no, we got a car off the track. That's Simon Phillips. He's done it at Blanchemont. There's another point of the track where, in this sort of conditions, you've almost got no hope. I'll have a quick look at what has happened to him. If we can just find him, there we are. So, coming up towards, if we can, there we go. So, right on board with him. So right about here, there is another puddle. And there it goes, and it's just a painfully slow spin for our man, Simon Phillips. Quick flick spin and back onto the track. Oh, Lucas Dowd has managed to creep his way back up into second position. Although he's got Matty Richards just still behind him in the 343 Lexus. 5.2 seconds in front of Richards. Richards puts another lap down on Terry Darwin as I've gotten rid of our intervals. There we go. Alex made it, yeah. Was he not supposed to make it, Anton? I didn't see him in the brief. Well, that's a paddling. That's a paddling. We'll continue to monitor the gap between Richards and Dowd. In fact, the spinning torpedoes have actually got a... No, they can't have a lap on the 89 and 343, surely not. Wide. Again, a lot of these guys are very brave throwing it over the AstroTurf through Blanchemont. So Spinozzi cleared out over 40 seconds to Lucas Dowd. And Matt Richards with a fully repaired Lexus is... Well, he's lapping almost a second per lap faster than Dowd. Spinozzi puts a lap down on Simon Phillips. They certainly are using a lot of the track. Certainly very brave. Speaking of brave, here's one brave guy. Malith, let me try and get this surname right. Malith Atanaki. God almighty. I'm usually really good at these sorts of surnames, but, alright. Ataniaki. Ataniak. Oh, God. I'm just going to call him Malith. That's easier to pronounce. I feel really bad. I feel really bad for not being able to pronounce his surname properly. I reckon I've pronounced it about 5 different ways in this one stream. But certainly a very brave team to continue on with the McLaren. It's not the easiest car to drive in the rain. Likes to rotate. So, oh, big slide. He works with it though. He's done well to just slide the car through Blanchimont there. Tips it into the final bus stop. Oh, there's another, that's right, there's another lake that runs across the track right there. Just on the run down towards Eau Rouge, and oh, had a big four-wheel drift there through the middle of Eau Rouge. Yeah, he's doing well to hold it though. Malith is 11 seconds behind Walter. Don't think he's really 248 versus 243, so Jeremy Walter just sort of waltzing away from Malith. Anton in chat, Lucas might be running solo. So I assume that's the 89 entry. Walter is on the limit again. He's flirting with the AstroTurf on the entry to Blanchimont. It's certainly high risk driving there. In fact, I think Walter might be. Well, it looks like he is actually catching Simon Phillips. He's got. Well, if he can pass him now, he picks up a lap. And then the next time he comes up on the number 87, it will be for, well, no, it won't be for position. It'll be to put himself on the same lap. So this is going to be a very fine balancing act for Jeremy Walter right now. See, he'll want to try and close the gap to Phillips. Cannot afford a bin at this point if he's going to try and get himself on the same lap as Phillips. Right now he's got a top 5 finish. That's pretty good in these conditions. But it doesn't take much to throw it all away, that's for sure. Another gap to keep an eye on is the numbers between the number 69 and the number 96. That's Malith and Tim Davies. I think Tim Davies might be slowly catching. If we can just bring him up. Here he is in the Aston Martin in the Lexus gang. I think someone's messed up the team names a little bit. But anyway, Tim Davies is doing a reasonably good job. It looks like he's sporting a little bit of damage on the front of the Aston. Certainly got a creased up bonnet. In fact, was a little bit wrong. He's losing time now to Malith. Just wait and have a look. 242 versus 242. Davies just struggling with quite a bit of front end damage. I'd say he's another one who's been claimed by the Lacombe chicane. As we see the number 89 of Lucas Dowd into the pit lane. Now, if this guy's running solo, this will be quite an amazing effort from him. His arms are going to be absolutely stuffed, depending on his force feedback settings. Even just the mental strain of sim racing is very, very tough. Oh, we got a car off at the Lacombe. It's Spinozzi. Oh no, so Spinozzi has planted the Aston into the fence, so that fence claims another one. Let's find out what has happened, although I think I do know what has actually happened to Spinozzi. Here we go. We're going to go up to here. Lacombe chicane. The tyre barrier claims another one. That flag marshal has been having a very busy day. Although he just changed colour of that flag. What a flag marshal. Didn't even grab another flag, it just changed colour. Amazing. Spinozzi wide again. So right now, what might be going through Alex's mind right now is that he just binned it. He's throwing away the lead. He's got to try and make up for the mistake. For a start, no, you don't. You do not have to make up for any mistake you make. The worst thing you can do is try and make up for it, because then you're just going to make more mistakes and you're going to get more and more frustrated with yourself. Best thing you can do, just relax. It happened, let it go, focus on the laps. Focus on just getting back into your rhythm. You know, he's lost he's lost about 12 or 13 seconds to Matt Richards. So, things could have been a lot worse. He's just going to have to try and drive through probably for the next half hour at least, depending on what strategy they're running. No, we're almost halfway through. Oh, geez, that Aston just stepping around a lot everywhere. these are very difficult conditions for our drivers today. And on a different note, if you are very keen on your sim racing, Go Race Promotions have got their own sim racing league in the Go Race Promotions Sim Sports league, I guess. We currently are running a Super GT league. We've got round number 2 coming up this Thursday. Just got a brand new update for the GT 500 class, and honestly that has just been an amazing update. So if you want to get involved with a bit of sim racing, with some Super GT racing, head over to our Discord, which we are about to put up in chat as soon as I learn how to type. But also something which which has been getting a lot of positive feedback is our brand new events, TCX 300, which is basically a combination of some of the best touring cars you can think of in the world. Well, I'd like to say that, but it is a combination of GT3, V8 supercars, and TCR all on track at the same time, and racing for 300 Ks around various circuits around the sim racing world. Certainly got a lot of interest. Our first event for TCX 300 is November 19th. If you want to get involved, check out the Discord right there and try and get involved. Well, get involved as soon as you can. It's got limited spaces for the first event. So we just bring up the event grid. So we have a maximum of 27. We've already got 5 entered. So there's 1 in V8 supercars, 3 in GT3, and 1 in TCR. So make sure you get onto the Discord and get involved with that. Honestly, it's a very exciting event. Really looking forward to it. And I hope you will want to get involved with us as well. Have a look at our Super GT League as well. Running GT 500 and GT3 with 3 classes in GT3. Pro, Silver and Am. All designed just to try and encourage people into sim racing. We've got a pretty friendly community as well, so yeah, give us a go. Anyway, we've got to refocus on AK Gaming. And the Spa 6 hours, we're almost at the halfway point. Haven't really missed much. It's been the 99 out in front. Matt Cotter doing a fantastic first stint. Really drove away from the rest of the field initially before David Thornton picked his way through the field and closed the gap in the 343 Lexus. And Jack Meredith got behind the wheel, and Matty Richards swapped with David Thornton, and the battle has been continuing on ever since. And, well, now we have Spinozzi in the 99 Aston Martin. He's sporting a fair bit of damage on the front of that Aston. While as soon as we find him, there he is, the 243 Lexus. He was sporting a lot of damage in his first stint, so everything sort of evened itself out. Because right now Richards is got a pretty pristine car at the moment, and Spinozzi's got a very heavily damaged front end on that Aston. And right now the gap has just stabilised between the 99 and the 343. It's a little bit, well, the whole field really has spread apart. There's no real battles for position. We're just waiting on hopefully the battle for the 6th to close up. Tim Davies has managed to actually close up about 4 seconds onto Okay, I'm a little bit confused about that timing. So Malith currently 7.8 seconds ahead of Tim Davies, if I'm not mistaken. Even Tim Davies, he's got a bit of front end damage. Oh, gets it sideways again. So not really much to talk about at the moment. Oh, have we got a car off the track? We do. Terry Darwin. I think he's binned it at Lacoon Chicane, although I think he's managed to keep it out of the wall. I want to see this. Has he kept it out of the wall? Because there's no damage on that Mercedes. There he is. Well, there you go. Oh, he's done very well to keep it out of the wall there. So, well done to Terry Darwin and the hoof-hearted Mercedes. Oh, we got a car around. It's Simon Phillips again. He'll get it rolling again. He's going to lose time to Malith. I'd say once again, Phillips fallen afoul of that aqua painting. Well, not much to talk about on track. Let's throw it over to you in chat. If you've got any questions or anything you want to throw out there in chat, let's hear it. Well, Baruka joining the chat. Holy moly, flooded. Yeah, holy moly is one word I would use. And we're not really certain that is this what hell looks like? Spa-Francorchamps, rain, track limits, yeah. Something about a 30-second time penalty. See, now I kind of wish I was driving. Oh, there you go, Andy. That's the spirit. That's the spirit. Now, it's kind of funny. The way I used to try and psych out my opponents when it rained in karting was turn up to the grid with a smile on my face. Oh, we got a car around, have we? Yes, we do. Malith has binned it. just going to nudge the wall a little bit. Oh, he's in an awkward spot. But luckily he's got a fair bit of space to rejoin. Not flooded enough yet. I like the confidence. So that bin from Malith has handed 5th position over to Tim Davies. So in fact, Tim Davies has repaired the damage in his car. Oh, he's had a 4-wheel drift through Eau Rouge, but he's kept it going. Goes through the, well, the lake. Can only be said the lake. We're going to ride on board now with Tim. He's just... Well, there we go. That was an almost bin. You can still see the track. It's not flooded enough. Yep, fair enough. It's a very good call. Now the gap between Spinozzi and Richards is just starting to come down. It's down to about 26 seconds from 30 seconds. So we'll definitely keep an eye on that. We're getting close to the next round of pit stops. Oh, big slide from Tim and into the gravel trap, but he's... Again, another almost bin. It's not quite a real bin. Install a snowplow, mate. I think you need to install a jet ski. Just throw the car away and just get a jet ski at this point. Tim Wright has taken over the wheel from Lucas Dowd. So, good to know that Lucas has actually got a teammate. A 6-hour race in these sorts of conditions would be absolutely, well, mentally fatiguing. I do have to say that. Sim racing is difficult in the mental aspect of things, even with and even in a little bit with the physical side of things, with some of the direct drive wheels and the force feedback settings you can get out of even my little Fanatec CSL Elite. You can certainly get a good arm pump from the force feedback. So I'm glad to see that Lucas has got a teammate. He's not doing an entire 6-hour race by himself. Yeah, 43 is pretty solid, mate. I think anything sub 45 and consistent is really, really solid in these conditions. It is just so hard. Like, they're slowing down so much through Eau Rouge that the white flag is coming out from the flag marshal. Like, if I can. Hang on. Right there. Well, the flag marshal was putting out the white flag. Yeah, maybe that was just a... I swear I saw the white flag come out when we were following Tim Wright. You know, the marshals are giving... I don't know, mate. I mean, look at him. Look at this guy. He's not even wearing a hat. These guys aren't even wearing hats. They're just taking the rein. This guy, well, he looks like he's ready to give up. He's having a great time in this weather. Just so excited. I have to say, the spectators are pretty keen. Not one umbrella out in the stands. That is, let's say that the Belges are quite committed to their, maybe they're Swiss. They're completely indifferent. They're just enjoying it. Like, it's 14 degrees and some of them aren't even wearing jumpers. Like, look at that. Now that would be some immersion if you saw in the stands umbrellas start coming out when it's about to rain. That would be immersion. Kunos, if you're watching, get on it. That would be outstanding to see. There we go, so blue flag out. This is dry weather for Europe. Andy, I can dream. I can dream. Right, enough of that. Matthew Richards continues to march. Oh, march through that puddle of death. How long has it been flooded for? Well, it's been raining all race, and the weather has just gotten heavier and heavier. And well, I would say it's been flooded for about maybe close to half an hour. And I think it's only going to get worse. No, not that long, okay. 3 more hours of this, the lads are going to be cooked, mate. I'd say, if you ask the drivers, they'd probably say long enough. It's been flooded long enough. Tim Wright. Ooh, that was a little bit awkward. Just see the entry oversteer there for Tim Wright as he enters La Source. Once again, these conditions are just proving to be so tricky for all the drivers. Another little slide for Wright. Now this, I don't know, I think this might be for position. So, oh, Wasianki just not able to hold on. Just the straight line aquaplaning for the McLaren it just gave Mackenzie all that he needed to get around him. So have to wait and see what happens. Can Maleth respond to Ben? Does the spray do anything? Well, let me show you. Whoa! Well, that's what the drivers can see. Oh no, Ben's binned it. There we go. So, he's managed to sort of keep it going. Oh, that was awkward. He's managed. Oh, poor Ben. At least he kept it off the wall. As you can see, it's the air dirty, mate. It's filthy. Absolutely filthy. So, yeah, that is great news to hear, Walter. What was the problem with your wheel? Bolts that hold the downshift on had rattled loose. Oof. Makes me want to check my own steering wheel, actually. Oh, good news is my steering wheel hasn't fallen apart. That would not have been fun. What did you do, Ruka? What have you done? No. What have you done? What? Mate, I'm not seeing it. Don't know what you're talking about, Ruka. I cannot see any changes to my wheel. Oh. Oh no, we've got a car around. Benny McKenzie's looped it coming out of the camper chicanes. And that's it's an easy mistake to make around there. Oh, I'm absolutely paranoid now. Ruka, just tell me, what have you done to my steering wheel? It's why I can't have friends over to my place now. Looks as though Benny did manage to at least keep the number 13 Aston out of the fence. He's having a really tough time in these conditions. He's lost a fair bit of time to Maleth. But, well... Yeah, full respect to him. Like, full respect to anyone who can manage to steer these cars around this circuit in this condition. It's not easy.
We are halfway through. Keep pushing.
We just hit the halfway point for this race. So, 3 hours left. We're almost there, guys. Almost there. We are actually going to take a quick little break while we just get a little bit of food and a drink. C41's from Maffey, it's not that wet. Look, Andy, we can't all be as awesome as you. Anyway, we're going to take a quick break. We're going to leave you with the view of La Source. We should be back in a couple of minutes while we make a cup of coffee and have something to eat. So, we will be right back. And we are back for the 6 hours of Spa with AK Gaming. Just looking at the chat. Richards pulling Spinozzi in pretty quickly. Well, we're currently focusing on Matthew Richards. He's got the gap down to 15 seconds. We'll wait and see what's happened to Spinozzi. I mean, Spinozzi is struggling with a lot of front damage on the front of that Aston Martin. As we have a quick look at Spinozzi's previous time at 2:43.4 versus a 2:40.8 from Matthew Richards. So Richards certainly on the move, 3 seconds faster than Spinozzi on the previous lap. So the race is certainly on between Richards and Spinozzi. Of course, it is one thing to catch, it's another thing to pass. Seeing from Walter in the chat, had a very up and down race. Just focus on Ben McKenzie for a second. Right on board now with young Ben. Of course, some very tough conditions. That's good, Jeremy. A good way to go about it. Seat time is so important when it comes to these sorts of conditions. It's not just something you just magically pick up. Unfortunately, with wet weather racing, often you learn through trial and error. I think young Benny's about to find out through a little bit more trial. Oh, he's kept it together. It's all about being consistent and just staying out of trouble at this stage of the race. It's not important to win the race in the first hour or even the first 3 hours. Got to be there in the last hour. So, young Ben skates his way around a wet circuit. Also worth noting with young Ben, he actually competes in the Go Race Promotions Sim Sports Super GT Championship in GT 500. And I think he's going to enjoy the new updates. Certainly have made the GT 500 cars a lot easier to drive. So hopefully we'll see Ben shoot up the order a little bit. He's currently sitting 4th in the Super GT Championship. Oh, he just tries a bit of an unorthodox line, I think, maybe to try and avoid that puddle. But he's still going. There you go, a lot of caution there. Shows that he's learnt a bit by watching a lot of people bin it at the Lacombe chicane. Just see from the body language of the car that Benny is just being really, really, really cautious, being very gentle with all of his inputs. You even see it with the steering wheel here. Everything is nice and gentle, and oh, he's just grabbed the AstroTurf, but he's kept it off the wall. Cursed him. Yep, commentator's curse. Sorry, Benny. Jeremy, if you can just pass on my apologies to Benny, that'd be great. But anyway. Not telling him the pressure is on. That's probably a good thing. Ah, yep. Yeah, main thing, once again, we go back to the old, well, the one thing I keep saying in all these streams, you just got to drive to your own rhythm, rather than trying to catch or pull away from the other drivers. The moment you start trying to drive away from or catch people, that's when you start making mistakes, because you start getting into that mindset of, oh, I have to carry my brakes a meter later. Oh, I have to pick up the throttle a meter earlier. Once you start doing that, you start making huge mistakes. And then you end up in what's very common for race drivers, whether it's sim or real life racing, is you get into this little trick or trap of thinking, oh, I made a mistake, I have to make up for that mistake. And then while you're trying to make up for that mistake, you make another mistake, and it just becomes a snowball effect. So a real talent of a driver is being able to just let go of mistakes and refocus. So it takes a lot of mental discipline to do that, because unfortunately for a lot of race car drivers, we're perfectionists. And mistakes weigh on our minds a lot. Ruka, no. I don't think. Jump in, help critique. Yeah, thanks, Ruka. Like we've been saying, the AK gaming community really good. Andy, don't say that. It's a placebo. We're going to try and find... Oh, here we go. So Richards now takes the lead of the race while Spinozzi in the pit lane. So unfortunately, while we've been focusing on Ben McKenzie and having a bit of banter in the chat, we have missed that Spinozzi in the spinning torpedo Aston has been in the pit lane. Done service. I want to say no pit, no driver change. And is still on his way. Oh no, so Vanderham, big shunt for Susanna. Oh, let's see what happened. Then see you later, Andy. Thanks for dropping in on the stream. Here we go, we found... Oh no. Okay. Oh. So... That's a lot of damage on the front of this Bentley. I've got to find out where he's done it. So doesn't look like the damage has actually been repaired unless you did the damage in... Oh, here we go. So this is it. I was going through... Geez, that front wheel doesn't look too clever. It's wobbling around a fair bit. Whoa. We're coming up to Blanchemont, and oh, that's not good. That's really not good. That front left wheel though, that looks a little bit loose, if I'm honest. Oh, that is a huge hit. Absolutely massive, but something I want to have a look at is the... That's, I don't think it's supposed to do that. I'm just going to go out on a limb and say that's not supposed to do that. Oh, the rear wheel's doing it as well. Fascinating. Oh, the number 87 Bentley is back on track. Let's see if he can get through the lake. He does so. Geez, these guys have been through a bit of a tough race so far. So a big shout out to Rambam99 for joining AK Gaming. Welcome to AK Gaming. Hope you enjoy your time in the community and hope you have a lot of fun as well. Anyway, back to the racing at hand. Still focusing on Anthony Cesana. We'll ride on board with him, see what the car's doing. Get a real idea of how the car's behaving around this flooded circuit, and even just get an idea of maybe the confidence level of Anthony. And well, after he binned it pretty hard at Blanchimont, unsurprisingly, he's very cautious through there now. Now focus on Cesana as he makes his way through La Source down towards Eau Rouge. Certainly a tough corner in the best of conditions, but in the rain it's absolute nightmare to get through. And then of course that river across the Kemmel Strait is that's just as much of a nightmare as anything else. We've got a very slow car. That is actually our leader, David Thornton. In fact, he has dropped behind Alex Spinozzi. So something has happened there. We've missed it. We're going to have to take a quick replay of that. Find out what happened. So he's just come out of pit lane. Has he lost it, or has he just oh, he's lost. He's aquaplaned in a straight line. So very difficult conditions, and Spinozzi did a fantastic job of avoiding that. We're going to go... No, wrong way. There we are. We're going to jump on board with Spinozzi and get his view of the incident. See, as they're coming along the Kemmel Strait, Thornton just hits a massive puddle, and Spinozzi, fantastic driving from Spinozzi to just keep his cool and pick his way around the spinning Lexus. So, now Spinozzi back in front of this motor race. Now that would have been a gut-wrenching moment for David Thornton. Right now he's got to refocus, close the gap to this man here, Alex Spinozzi. 2:41.8 from Alex. Thornton, he's struggling to get the front end to turn. Crosses the line of 4:17, so obviously that was his outlap. Getting into the business end of this, well, we're getting closer to the business end of this race. We're starting to get to the point where mistakes start becoming much more critical and much more race destroying. Router Side, mate, thank you very much for the compliment. I do the best I can. It's sometimes it's not easy, but usually AK put on some pretty good events and have some really good racing as well. So AK make it very easy to commentate as well. Whew. Certainly hope that much of the call has been quite entertaining. Even much of the stream as well has been quite productive for everyone. again, we got a bit of a break in the action. Thornton just trying to close the gap to Alex Spinozzi. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, Walter. I do that really well. I mean, for someone who's only just picked up commentary, I do the commentator's curse, better than anyone else in the world. Honestly, I've got an awesome commentator's curse. It's brilliant. Not for anyone else, but you know, for the streams, they're great. Well, anyway, while we got a bit of a break in the action, just like to remind you of the upcoming events here on twitch.tv/GoRacePromotions. So, on Thursday night, we've got round 2 of the Go Race Promotions Sim Sports Super GT event, League. So, got Chris Rafalo currently leading the GT 500 class ahead of Alfonso, and Jack Meredith is in 3rd position. But of course, with each championship point in the top 5, you get a kilo of success ballast. While in GT3 it was very close racing at Fuji Speedway, but in the end it was Matt Southwell who managed to take the win as a silver driver, beating home pro driver Steve Duro in his Bentley. So, and GT3 was quite a close affair with qualifying especially. We had, I think it was less than 2/10 separating the top 3. So, very close racing, very entertaining racing as well. So make sure you hit the follow button, make sure you hit the notification bell to stay in touch with... Oh no, Timmy Wright, no! And who else was involved? Oh no, Ben McKenzie. No way. We're going to have to find out what just happened there. We've got cars going everywhere. That little... So there we go. There's number 13, Benny McKenzie. So it looks like it's all good over the hill. But I would say that this damn lake has claimed another victim. Oh, yeah. That was really awkward for both drivers. So we're going to swap. We'll swap over to Timmy's view. And he can't see anything. And he's out of control as well. He had nowhere to go. There is no way anyone would have reacted to that. So, neither driver can really hang their head in shame for that. That is just wet racing at Spa. But good news, look up in the right-hand corner. A minus sign next to the thunderstorm means it's going to start getting lighter. Does Benny have damage? I would say yes. Let's have a quick look. Yes. Why, yes, he does. He has a lot of damage, and it would be front and rear as well. So he'll be pretty gutted with that, I think. But honestly, it's... Even the rear diffuser's shaking around a bit. He's got nothing to be ashamed of, if I'm honest. Oh, hang on to it, Ben. He's just kept it off the wall. So, he's done well. These are absolutely horrible conditions to be driving around in. So, 10-minute repair time? No. Couldn't be 10-minute repair time. Well, anyway, check on... oh, Tim Davies spawning a lot of damage on the front of his Aston as well. These guys have managed to fight back quite a bit. Another team that just have an up and down day. Hello to One Psychos Gaming. Thanks for joining the stream, mate. Oh, we got a spinner again. It's Malith. Once again, Lacombe claims another victim. It's absolutely testing conditions for all our drivers. Looks like there's a fair bit of damage on the front of the 96 as well. So, it's our third place man, Tim Wright. He's still got a lot of damage. He's chosen to press on. Just deal with the damage that he received in that little incident with young Ben McKenzie. And in fact, into the pit lane comes Tim Wright. Oof. That car, we'll see. Oh, I can't. Ooh, yeah, that steering wheel has got a lot of angle on it in a straight line. So, yeah, that's not good for Tim Wright. He's done well to just drive it around. There's one driver I want to give a bit of a shout out to, and that's Kelvin Wright. These guys have just been chipping away slowly. They've now moved up into 8th position, capitalising on young Ben's excursion. These guys have just been chipping away, staying on circuit. Haven't really seen these guys' dot turn yellow very often in the last 2 hours or so. They are sporting a little bit of damage on the front of the car. Matty Richards, I believe, in chat there. Mate, it's... track's flooded, mate. Well, actually, no, it's downgraded. It's down to wet. So it's improving. But, yeah, it's... did not look like fun out there. through Eau Rouge, you can just see how much pace these guys have to wash off in the wet. Of course, in the dry, you can almost take that turn without lifting. Well, I'm so confused by what's going on in chat. Your ribs hurt, mate. I feel I need context with your sim rig, Matty. Benny, you did well. It was not easy. It was not easy track conditions out there, mate. Yeah, has to be said. You guys have had a bit of an up and down race. You've had everything thrown at you. Into the pits now comes Kelvin Wright. So I did see that it looked like as if he was going to go into the pits the lap before, but I'm guessing he was told to stay out. So Kelvin Wright will be coming into the pits maybe for some repairs. Hopefully for some repairs. That's a fair bit of damage on the front of the 27 Bentley. In the meantime, let's cross over to Dave Brister with a lot of damage on the front of the Merc, has to be said. That bonnet, I don't think, is supposed to be sitting like that. I don't think that's meant to be like that. I'm gonna have to look that up, Matty. KH laser seat. Put a pillow on it. Oh, right, yep. KH laser, yep. Sorry, I'm just really slow today. Just today, I swear. Lumbar support. So, yeah, I would probably recommend getting a proper cover mattress. God, bodgy sim rigs. Lumbar support. No. No, he literally needs lumber. Just put a block of wood in there, Buller. let's take a quick ride around the track with Dave Brister. If we can... Oh no, he's well wide. Had to slow it down a lot to get around Blanchimont. But according to the forecast, it's going to start easing within the next 15 minutes. So that will be some welcome relief for these drivers. Been driving for almost 4 hours now in the pouring rain. The rain's just been getting worse, so to see the rain start to ease up would be an absolute godsend for a lot of these drivers, I think. Mercedes is not liking the wet weather conditions at the moment. So Brister gets onto the grass going into this downhill right-hander. Definitely looks as though this Merc is really not liking anything to do with turning. Have a quick look at the sort of steering inputs that Brister has to put in. He's really having to turn the wheel a lot. That is, even in the rain, that is not normal. So I would say that he's just trying to make it to the other side of 2 hours to go, so I can hand over to his teammate Terry Darwin. Once again, gap between Thornton and Spinozzi almost up to 10 seconds. Spinozzi just seeming to have a surge of confidence after that last pit stop. It's just started to just consolidate the lead. Oh, it grabs a lot of curb. A 2:39 shows that the track conditions are just slowly starting to improve. Well, 2:38.6 from Dave Thornton. So Thornton starting to fight back. And again, he hasn't turned on his windscreen wipers. Buller. There we go. Oh, I like the backseat driving from the screen. It's great fun. lose that first sector, it does look as though Spinozzi has got a little bit more pace on Thornton. The gap getting back out to 9.6. Jump on board with Spinozzi now as he tiptoes his way around the circuit. Likes using that curve. Does mean that he has to get off the throttle a lot. He's lost 4/10 in that last sector, or that middle sector. So and up in that top right-hand corner, have a look at that. Rain easing from thunderstorms to just regular rain. Or heavy rain, I would assume that is. So I think a lot of these drivers are just going to be so grateful for that. 2:37.8 for Spinozzi. We'll see what Thornton does. 2:37.9, so the gap is stable. They're just responding to each other. So even after almost 4 hours of racing, Thornton and Spinozzi, the AIM Vasa Sullivan Autosport Lexus and the spinning torpedo Aston Martin, they're still on the same lap and they're still fighting for the lead of the race. Once again, Thornton loses a bit of time in that first sector. Now it's just this middle section and the last sector that Thornton seems to catch up the most amount of time. Spinozzi very wide through Blanchimont. Just couldn't get the car turned in. Probably a bit of aquaplaning. Aquaplaning, I think it's pronounced. Is it aquaplaning? Aquaplaning. Pretty sure it's aquaplaning. Through Blanchimont. Sent him wide, so a second gets torn out of him in that last sector. I have to point out this guy here, Malith in the Lexus gang, in the McLaren. Aquaplaning, yep. Thought so. Thank you, Argo. So Malith and the Lexus gang in the McLaren. Figure that one out. These guys are back up into fourth position. Once again, just maybe not the fastest, but they're staying out of trouble. And that's helping them in the long run. fact, we bring up our leaderboard and see that well, the whole field, there's 6 laps. 6 laps over the covering the whole field, which is not too bad after 4 hours of racing, nearly. Aquaplane equals Argo's worst nightmare. Guaranteed last place. Mate, it's everyone's worst nightmare. That gap between first and second, it's still coming down. It's down to 7.8 seconds between Spinozzi and Thornton. Flirting with danger down that right-hand side of the track. That's where we saw that massive moment for Thornton. And as he came out of the pits, well, 37 flat versus a 37.3, so Thornton's still coming. 7.5 now, the gap. So, as we get towards the next lot of pit stops, I would say. Maybe the fuel load just starting to burn off. Maybe the track's starting to improve as well. And that's helping Thornton. The gap down to under 7 seconds. That is lethal. Oh no. Oh, you're just holding your breath. Almost every part of this circuit. Whenever you hear that water spray bouncing off the underside of the car, you just start to hold your breath for these guys. Now the gap under 7 seconds. 6.6 now. Unfortunately, the field has spread out quite a bit. We don't really have any other battles to bring you. It's just this little game of cat and mouse almost between Spinozzi and Thornton. Thornton's just trying to close the gap down on Spinozzi. Almost see just how aggressively Thornton is pushing. Try and close down the gap. And even, well, have a look up in the top left, top right corner. Sorry, again, forecast is just starting to look even better. The rain easing even further, so that'll be a welcome sign for these drivers after what has been absolutely grueling middle part of this race with, basically a flooded track for much of it. Maybe that they are finally going to get some sort of respite. Now, with the rate that Thornton is actually catching Spinozzi, I want to say that Thornton is being a little bit more, I guess, what's the word I'm looking for? Perhaps he's throwing caution to the wind a little bit, whereas Spinozzi might be taking things a little bit more cautious. As you can see, wow, that gap down 2 seconds in the middle sector. So Spinozzi this lap, or maybe the next one, he might be under a lot of pressure soon from David Thornton. So this race is now starting to come alive once again after 4 hours of racing. That is really something. Comments in the chat from Matty Richards that Dave Thornton is just starting to get comfy with the car, so I'd say that someone's maybe put him in party mode, perhaps. Oh, that's right, Mr. Fugor, you missed it. We saw Matty Richards put it into the fence a couple of times. And then do a spectacular job trying to hold off the spinning torpedo Aston with a damaged car. One damn time, then some hectic 360s. Yeah, there was a couple of times, yes. Great comment there by Argo55. Got to be cautious in the Aston. Already an animal to drive in the dry, let alone the rain of the gods. Even this rain would make Greg Murphy jump back into his Portaloo out of fear. Oh, that's great. That's got to be comment of the race. Gap seems to have stabilised this time by, so perhaps Spinozzi made a little error. Or maybe he's starting to get the hurry up from his team. Giving him a warning that Thornton is catching. Argo, you have got nothing to apologise for. That is absolutely the best comment I have seen in this stream. So, honestly, you should be giving yourself a high five or a beer or something. And okay, so Thornton in the pit lane. So, bit of strategy here. So with that pit stop from the 343 Lexus, the only other thing we can really look at is, or try and keep an eye on, is these guys right here. They're 7.6 seconds behind the 918 Mercedes of Terry Darwin and Dave Brister. Whoa. Even though the conditions are improving, visibly they are improving, that track is still absolutely treacherous. As John O'Ball tiptoes his way through the Lacombe chicane. Just doesn't seem to have enough to just reel in the 918 Mercedes. At this stage anyway. The gap is just remaining constant between Ball and Darwin, but one mistake from either car and that will see the gap change dramatically. And as we've seen so far over the last 4 odd hours, mistakes are quite common. Argo 55 loves Spinozzi's control over the Aston, no messing about. Has Aston tuned up and pointed down our rouge like a miracle missile. Mate, it's a spinning torpedo. That's what it is. And Mr. Fugor, yeah, we had a few drivers withdraw from the race. We're missing a Bentley and a McLaren, I think it was. And yes, I do believe that all drivers walked away safely. There were maybe. No, I can't say that. I won't say that. That's mean. That's very mean. All right. So we're keeping it on the gap. Ball pulled in a second. So it could be on. This is the guy that he's chasing, the AMG, Hoof-Hearted Racing, Terry Darwin, Dave Brister. Where was I about to say bruised? He goes, no, oh no. I've just cursed him. No way. How do I do this? How do I always curse these drivers that are doing well? I'm so curious. How on earth do I curse all these drivers so effortlessly? So John O'Ball, after driving really well, he's been hit with a commentator's curse. And he has lost a whole chunk of time. Jeez, that's a massive chunk of time. Betty Mac. I should just I should just turn off the microphone, shouldn't I? Just walk away from the computer. Commentator's insurance. Well, the good thing is no one knows my home address, so no one can pay me a visit. Now, here we go. David Thornton is about to take the lead of this race because Spinozzi is just about, well, not even halfway down the pit lane. And Thornton now well out in front. So, something Street Canberra. Yeah, that's it. That's the one. 1, 2, 3 Fake Street. There you go. Anyway, David Thornton is now just taking the lead of this race, so the undercut has worked out for him. We have just a little under 1 hour and 45 minutes to go. Now the question will be, can Thornton keep the car on the island? Love chat. Oh, the good news, Matt, Ben, you're up to 8th. Let's take a quick spin around the Spa-Francorchamps circuit with David Thornton in this really nice sounding Lexus. I have to say the Lexus is one of my favourite sounding GT3 cars. That was a pretty cool lap. Even in the rain, it is just a spectacular circuit. Though Rouge does scare the hell out of me in the rains, particularly in the rain. Honestly, I think I'm gonna have to make Argo 55 my new favourite commenter. You're gonna replace Ruka. Ooh, Thornton wide. It's not gonna help. Will assist Matt Cotter though. He's taken the reins of the spinning torpedo. In fact, have a look at how the times have dropped. 2:34.6 for Matt Cotter versus a 2:37.2 for Thornton. So the tables have turned, and Matt Cotter is coming back at David Thornton. Just see how aggressive Cotter is over those curbs through the campus chicanes. Jump on board with him now. In fact, he's already got the gap down to under 25 seconds. I believe he's ripped out 4 seconds just in this middle sector. So either Thornton just hasn't quite got the same level of confidence that Cotter does, or Cotter just is throwing the car around like crazy. But, something that's just caught my eye is the gap between Thomas and Susanna. This battle starts to take shape. We're right on board with Susanna. He's all over the back of the 96 McLaren as they go through No Name. Just see that Susanna's he's a little bit off-sighted by the McLaren ahead, shooting up spray everywhere. That just means he misses the apex ever so slightly. And we see Thomas make a bit of a mistake. And Susanna pounces. He does not need a second invitation, but Thomas will try and fight back instantly. He looks up the inside. Can't quite get it done. And we'll wait and see if Thomas can match the pace of Susanna now that he's got Susanna ahead. Though we can just see the gap starting to stretch open ever so slightly. So we just caught that in the nick of time. So Thomas just not sure if he has got damage on this car. Perhaps he has a little bit of damage. The front's vibrating a little bit. Or is that just my eyes? No, it definitely is moving. So a little bit of front end damage on the McLaren. Radis ID. That was a monster. monster stint. I'll have a look at your co-driver then. So Tim Wright muscles this Aston around this magnificent track. Well, you know, something about that quote, Argo. I believe Ed Senna retracted the quote, or he said it wrong or something like that. I remember reading it somewhere that I can't remember what it was actually said, but he said that, but he said that he meant something different or something, that people misinterpreted what he said. Oof. Well. Oh no, we have a car round. It's Anthony Cesana. No! So after all that hard work, Cesana has binned it. We're going to have a quick look at the replay and find out what has happened to Cesana. He's, just have to find him. There he is. So he's just grabbed that exit curb as he put into the fence. He has indeed. So, well, all the hard work that Cesana put in to catch the 96 of Thomas, and he will have a shed load of damage on this car for a second or third time. So it's been a very tough race for the Kangaroo Valley Enduro team. Yeah, Rouders, we did see that crash. No, there was nothing that could have been done. No one could have really avoided it. Unfortunately, your boy was just blinded by the spray, and he just couldn't see which way Ben Mack was going to go. So really unfortunate. But great to see that you guys have stuck with it. You haven't given up. So, unfortunately, we've missed a lead change. And Matt Cotter has finally gotten around David Thornton, so we've missed that somewhere. I don't know if there was a spin somewhere. or if it was just sheer outright pace from the 99. Oh, have a look at that. Okay, so the Lexus, there we go, so. So, it's happened here. We're going to jump on board with him. Oh, he's just let him through. So, perhaps a little bit of strategy going on here for the Dave Thornton. Oh, no, brakes are dead. That is not very good, Matty. We'll jump on board. See how bad these brakes are. They're not too bad. Yeah, I can sort of see that Lexus is having to brake a little bit earlier. Hour 26 left in this race. It's always worth doing a brake pad change, just saying. Oh yeah, that thing is not slowing down in a hurry. And Thornton will dive into pit lane. I would assume this will be for brake pads. We almost missed this again, so the battle for 5th place is on again. So Susanna has managed to close the gap down on Thomas again. So we're going to jump on board now with Anthony Susanna in the Bentley. He's just copping spray from the McLaren up ahead. Oh, a bit of oversteer for the McLaren, that'll help Susanna. Give him a run up towards the camper chicanes. Not close enough this time round. He's definitely got the mid-corner pace over the McLaren up ahead. A bit of a send coming, not this lap. Thomas goes slightly defensive and parks it on the apex. So, where's Susanna going to do it? It's very risky to do it around Blanchimont. Is he going to try and line him up for the bus stop chicane? Not this time round. Thomas has just done enough, although he's gone in very deep. He's going to have to try and park it, prevent the switchback, get the better drive down the main straight, but he hasn't done it, so Cesana gets the job done a lot easier than what I was anticipating. Thomas is late on the brakes. Thought he would have gone for the send. So once more, Anthony Cesana picks his way past the McLaren of Aaron Thomas. And hopefully this time by, Cesana will keep the Bentley on the track as he makes his way up to the Lacombe chicanes. No, Thomas, has to be said, is matching him, not letting him go. Big slide on the entry. And that's hurt him a lot. Okay, I don't know. I could see Danny Rick doing a shoey out of those boots. At least a couple of people from the F1 paddock. They were uncomfortably keen for the shoeys. Oh, there's our second place man. It's dropped a lap, fortunately to Matty Cotter. It's still a minute 20 to go. That's a lot of time for something to go wrong for any one of these drivers. It only takes one mistake and all of a sudden you will be way down the field. Thank you, Lick12, for the follow, mate. Much appreciated. Hope you've been enjoying the stream. Make sure you hit the notification bell as well, because we got some more racing coming up this week. So this Thursday night, we've got round number 2 of the Go Race Promotions Sim Sports Super GT League. We had round number 1 at Fuji Speedway. Chris Raffalo came home in first in GT 500 and Matty Southwell won GT3. So, and there's plenty of time for more people to sign up for the series as well. In fact, let's just renew that link to the Go Race Promotion Sim Sports. Discord right here. If you want to get involved in a little bit of sim racing with us, make sure you follow that link and join up to our Discord. Got plenty more events coming up as well, with quite possibly one of the most anticipated events, TCX 300, which is a mix of V8 supercars, GT3 and TCR, all on the same track, racing for 300 kilometres. We have our first event there on the 19th of November around Circuit Algarve. Check out the Discord for all the links to the car packs and start getting practicing on Assetto Corsa. And then of course our Super GT League as well. Sign up all on that Discord there. And a big thank you to Argo for signing up to the Go Race Sim Sports Discord. Hope you enjoy, mate. And in case looking for a little bit more, don't forget to sign up to AK Gaming. They obviously do a little bit more than just sim racing now. They've got quite a bit on the Discord now. So they have a few first-person shooter communities set up. Elite Dangerous as well, Star Wars, Flight Sims, Fall Guys, Rocket Leagues. Oh, sorry, Rocket League. Good Lord. So, yeah, make sure you check out AK Gaming. They also have a V8 Supercar League and a British Touring Car League as well, which is certainly one of the favourites here at Go Race Promotions. So make sure you hit up AK Gaming on Discord as well. Right now, starting to wind down the final few minutes. Oh, final hour, I should say. And also, we have to give out a big shout out, if I can. Let me just try and find it. We have to give a huge shout out to IGA Murray Bridge for sponsoring the AK Gaming League. So thank you very much to the Murray Bridge IGA. Well, Davey Thornton has picked up the pace a little bit at 2:33.2. And if we can just find our leader, who is actually right there, 2:31.9. So Matt Cotter is not wasting any time. Track conditions are improving. The rain is easing up, you can see that, and it is forecasted to ease up even further. Oh, almost trips over the McLaren of Aaron Thomas. Matt Cotter is just completely confident in this car. Just see the way he throws it through Blanchimont. In fact, actually, David Thornton now into the 31s as well. He is desperately trying to not go down another lap. As we say, as we just start complimenting Matt Cotter's confidence in the rain, David Thornton's just started to pick up the pace a little bit. Just see him throw the Lexus over the curbs through Speaker's Corner. Fergor, Dave, you're meant to be chasing Cotter, not Cotter chasing you. I think at this point, David's got no choice. He's got to try and run away from Matt Cotter. No, he runs it in deep through Blanchimont. Got to be pretty close to a track limit warning, I'm sure. Oh, 2:30.5 from Thornton versus 2:31.2, so Thornton's picked up the pace a lot. Might be able to hold off, at least until the next pit stop. Actually visibly see that the track conditions are starting to improve. So pretty soon, I reckon drivers might have to start thinking about looking after the tyres. So that Thornton has just started to get comfortable again with the car, just with the way he's just starting to streak away from the Aston. fact, just realised something. We haven't really given much attention to this car right here, car 69, Ryan Green, yet they're sitting in 4th position. These guys have been just, again, another team that have just chipped away quietly, stayed out of trouble, stayed out of the fights they don't need to be in, and right now they are sitting in 5th position, but they're in a good position. They just lost a position to Susanna, but they're going to be on fresh tyres, and they're going to be fueled up to the end. So we're going to keep an eye on the 69 as he comes out just behind our leader. Green on the limit already. Trying to get on with it. It's 18 seconds behind Susanna. These guys have had a very eventful race. Pretty sure they've planted in the wall a couple of times and they're still in 5th position. Right on board with Green. Runs it wide again. Maybe Green just trying to push a little bit too hard. The Kangaroo Valley Enduro team, they've also been putting in a fairly decent effort after several excursions off the track, sitting 4 laps down off the leader, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, that's correct. And they're just chipping away consistently. Still setting competitive times as well when you compare it to the leaders. Wrong way again. So Ryan Green continues to try and chase down Susanna. He's just ripped 2 seconds out in the last lap or so. So maybe Green fighting as a flawless last hour. He should be in with a shot at least 4th position. In fact, Susanna now into the pit lane, so, well, that's the end of that. So, never mind. What this means is that the Kangaroo Valley Enduro Bentley will be fueled up and most likely tied to the end of this 6-hour marathon. Been a brutal race for a lot of these drivers. It hasn't been made easier with the terrible weather conditions that have been thrown their way. As James Vanderham now jumps into the number 87 Bentley to take it home. We're going to quickly look back at this little gaggle of cars here. Dave Thornton continues to try and flee from the spinning torpedo of Matt Cotter, Alex Spinozzi and Jack Meredith. See a 230.5 versus a 229, so track conditions really are starting to come up for our drivers. With an hour to go. Is this track going to dry out enough for slick tyres? Who wants to make that bet? Can we maybe get someone to change onto slick tyres just for the meme? So 15 minutes from now, the weather is even supposed to start easing up further. So once again, great news for the drivers after the torrid weather they've had to race through. As we've reached the final hour of this 6-hour event. We'll leave you on board for a few minutes while we just take a quick break. And we will take you through to the end of this 6-hour enduro right here on twitch.tv/Go Race Promotions. We'll be right back. are back for the final 53 odd minutes of this race, sorry. Oh god. Oh. It's been a very tough stream, I have to say. But we're almost there. After 5 hours and 8 odd minutes of racing, this is your leader, Matt Cotter, in the Spinning Torpedo Aston Martin. He currently leads the race by a lap over David Thornton, who's literally just ahead of him in the AIM Vasta Sullivan Autosport Lexus. Thornton has been driving extremely well, but it's just not enough to close down the gap after they had braking trouble. They had to come in and replace the brake pads, but still, Thornton not giving up. As oh no, we have a car off the track. It's 96, Andrew Thomas. What's going on? Is he out of fuel? It's very odd. Car's running. It's like he can't. There we go. Now it's... Okay, so Andrew Thomas with an issue. I've never seen that before in my life. Just looked as though the car just could not accelerate. So that's a new one. Hopefully they can fix whatever issue is going on, whether that's a peripheral or an in-game fault. Hopefully these guys can fix the issue and they can get back out on track. And shout out to Mr. Fugor for following us here on Twitch, and also shout out to Lethal Force for just jumping into the Go Race Promotions Sim Sports Discord. So welcome to both those guys. Hope you enjoy what we're doing, both here on Twitch and with sim racing. Unfortunately, nothing much going on track at the moment. Everyone's so spread out apart. Thornton, little mistake coming out of the campus chicanes. It's not going to help his course to try and chase down Cotter. You can actually visibly see that the track is starting to dry out as we wait to see what lap times here. 29.9 for Thornton. There's a 28.8 for Cotter. So track is improving in this final hour. So just to throw another curveball for everyone, maybe this track is going to dry out. And we're going to see a bit of a play for maybe some dry tyres. Well, good news, we can see that the number 96 McLaren is back on track. So, it's up to speed, so not sure what happened. If there's anyone in chat that is part of that team and you can fill us in on what's going on with the 96 McLaren, that'd be much appreciated. Green's binned it, coming out of no name. Back up to speed. I'm not sure if he's got damage. Sort of keeping an eye on John O'Ball. He's trying to chase down the number 918 of David Brister and Darwin, Terry Darwin. Gap is starting to come down between Ball and Brister. Brister just not looking 100% comfortable in the Mercedes. Runs. Misses the apex a little bit at Blanchimont. Oh, John O'Ball just looking so much more confident with the Bentley. We got 44 minutes left in this race. It's been a grueling race to say the least. I mean, Spa-Francorchamps in the dry is hard enough, but throw in some heavy rain, and it's an absolute nightmare. Now we're seeing that the track is starting to dry up. Starting to see less spray coming off the cars. In fact, the whole track just starting to look a little bit brighter. Brister gets well over the exit curb. hello to Salty and Mika in chat. Thanks for joining the stream. Can you somehow participate in the league? Salty, are you from Australia or New Zealand? First and foremost. In fact, I might actually let Anton Ches handle that. Oh, that's okay, Salty. You can still hang around in the chat. Still hang around with the stream. Oh, and thanks for the follow, Salty. Much appreciated. Oh, we're just about to watch a battle take place, but we've got a car around. It's Andrew Thomas again. Oh, disappointing race for the 96 McLaren. That strange fault that they had on the main straight where the car just stopped and wouldn't accelerate. And while the spin coming out of the Lacombe chicane absolutely rubs salt in the wound for these guys. Anyway, we got a race on our hands here. Maybe for 6th position, but oh, there's a fight. So, jump on board now with David Brister as we look back at the Bentley of John O'Ball closing the gap. And thank you to oh God, let me try and pronounce this one. Dubke21, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated, mate. So, well, the Jaws music has been playing for a while for Brister. It's now, ball runs very wide. That's a bit of track limits there. Tries to put up the inside. Can't quite get it done this time. Brister's going to park it on the inside. No, he actually opens the door and he lets ball through. No, they're still side by side. Now ball slides in front of the Mercedes. So John O'Ball now takes over 6th position from David Brister. Brister didn't exactly fight that too hard. Just sort of left the door wide open, and he has a lose through Blanchimont. Oh no, has he? Well, yes, sort of. He does. Yeah, okay, now he loses it. And he rejoins just in front of Lucas Dowd. So, oh, that was one of the longest spins I've ever seen through Blanchimont. Alrighty. Tim said this has followed. Thanks, Tim. Much appreciated. Ah, yes. Let's have a quick look. Thanks for that, Timmy. Do appreciate it. Mate, we did actually catch that on stream. We went through the replay. It was a really unfortunate crash. I don't think a lot of people would have been able to avoid it. So what looked to happen was young Ben McKenzie lost it in front of you because of that puddle out of Radion, and you hit the same puddle, and well, you didn't really have much way to go except where the puddle told you were going. Yeah. Yeah, certainly smashed into him like the iceberg, that's for sure. Oh no, we got a car around. It's James Vanderham. So, another spin. Luckily, looks like he's kept it off the wall. Yes, the Astons are a very thick car, I have to say. Well, we're almost at the end of this race. It's been quite a journey. Gone through some of the worst weather I've ever seen in Competizione. And now, just as the race is ending, the weather starts to improve. King Champ 28, thanks for the follow, mate. Hope you've enjoyed the stream so far. And of course, we've got a lot more streams coming up this week. Of course, on Thursday night, round 2 of the Go Race Sim Sports Super GT. It's got plenty of spaces available. If you want to join up, happily put our Discord in the chat. So, of course, our events are open to all New Zealand and Australian Australian and New Zealand residents. Whoops. And of course we have a brand new concept event called TCX 300, where we basically combine V8 supercars, GT3 and TCR all in one massive multi-class race. It's certainly gotten a lot of interest. Make sure you join up to the Discord. That way you can sign up for our events and basically join a very good sim racing community. Oh God, I'm starting to forget how to speak English. It's been a very long week, I have to say. Very glad that I'm not working tomorrow. Speaking of which, to all the Australian residents, how's your long weekend been so far? Oh, Rhino. Shame to see that you're in Melbourne. But every day's a long weekend down there, isn't it? Northern lockdown, you're not allowed to leave your house. Ah, that's good, mate. Indeed, it was a very tight race at Fuji. Oh, we have a car off the track. Oh, Thornton. So Thornton does finally go a lap down on Cotter. So basically it's pretty well all done and dusted unless Matt Cotter has a huge failure. In fact, the track is drying up, so anything can happen at this stage. Doesn't take long for these tyres to cook as well, so it'll be interesting to see if anyone decides that they want to go for some dry tyres for the last 30 minutes of this race. What do you guys in chat reckon? Should someone just go on to slick tyres for the fun of it? I mean, I would. Cotter is on slicks. Ah, there you go. What's his lap pace like? 2:30. This is 2:36, so there you go. And the funny thing is, you can always make the slicks work in these sorts of conditions, as long as you get the temperature into them. Once you get the temperature in, and you keep the temperature, you can make them work. But if you run wet tyres on a dry track, there's nothing you can do. So, well, I mean, it's working so far for Matt Cotter. 2:29.2 for Cotter. Almost down to his fastest lap of the race. Oh, just like the real Spa-Francorchamps, this track's weather. Thornton's on dry tyres for a laugh. Oh, looks like Dowd into the pits. Could he be going for some slick tyres? '89 Aston, slick tyres, yep. Anyone else? Brister into the pits as well, so... Oh, geez. That's a pretty banged up Mercedes. That's really banged up. Yeah, he decides to drive through the car ahead, so... Hashtag Slick Squad. Someone get that trending. Oh, we're going to have to try and find out what happened to Brister. That car was not in that condition. Well, here's a little preview, well, reminder of what we've been through so far. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, so that's where all the, well, a lot of the damage has come from for the Brister. Oh, actually, he's got a lot of damage already on that car. I wonder if he has binned it through Eau Rouge. Yep, he has binned it through Eau Rouge. So, well, this is what I'm betting anyway. He has binned it rather horribly through here. No, maybe not. Oh, no, here it is. Oh, man, that was a big hit. Oh, how lucky. Was down, and the Kangaroo Valley Bentley into the fence as well there. So, jeez. What a lap. Oh no, stop-go penalty, 30 seconds for Dowd. That would be for speeding through pit lane. So, and a stop-go penalty for Brister as well. So that'll be both for speeding in pit lane. So that could bring Green into the fight for the podium. We'll just see where Green is. Car 69. Just going through Eau Rouge now. So, well, Aaron Thomas could also be in the battle for 8th. Also, welcome to the Go Race Promotions SimSport Discord to Tim Said This. Have a look through our events. Sign up to what you feel like racing too. Plenty of room for people in our Super GT League. Plenty of room in our first TCX 300 event too. So we'll definitely keep an eye on the battle. Well, where Ryan Green is in relation to Lucas Dowd. And, oh, Kitty's back. Where'd you go? Dinner. That was a long dinner. So I'll just wait and see the gap. Actually, we can just find the gap this way. So, actually, 30-second stop-go penalty in the world's longest pit lane. That has got to hurt. Here is our race leader at the moment. So Matt Cotter and the Spinning Torpedo crew, they have been almost flawless all day long. Oh, are we getting raided? Oh, we've been raided by Mimsy. Oh, Mimsy have turned up just in time for the last 22 minutes of this 6-hour race. Hello to all of Mimsy's viewers. Welcome to the stream. Been an exciting race. We've had a lot of eventful. Well, a lot of things have happened. It's been well, fortunately not a lot of competitors this time round, but it's been high quality racing. That's for sure. Well, I'm going to say it's high quality racing. Fortunately, the field has spread out rather horribly, but well, that usually happens with a 6-hour race. Currently watching our leader, Matt Cotter. So he puts another lap down on the 918 of Brister and Terry Darwin. Let's see if we can't try and find a battle for our Raiders on track. Oh, big slide for Cotter. Runs it wide. Manages to keep it, at least keep it pointing in the same, well, in the right direction at least. The track is still a little bit damp, and our two leaders, well, our top three actually, are on slick tyres, so they're certainly working hard in these last few minutes. We had thunderstorms for much of the race, and the weather has just cleared up all of a sudden. I'm sure there's no complaints from our drivers. Yeah, more or less. Normal Spa weather. That's right, Mimsy. Say that Assetto Corsa Competizione is one of the most accurate simulators out there. It even simulates Spa weather accurately. Curbs equal death. Well, the AstroTurf has been absolute death, as well as that puddle there on the Camel Straight. That's been death. Spin Aussie in there. This is nerve-wracking. Mate, you got a lap. Got a lap on the 343 guys. How much of your fingernails have you got left, Spinozzi? I think I'm getting some subtle messages from Black Spades and Kitty. I think they want me to follow their man, Jeremy Walter. He's trying to hunt down the number 27 of K Wright, but he's got a long way to go. And thank you to Alex Spinozzi Sim Racing, sorry, for the follow. Much appreciated. Make sure you hit the notification bell as well. Got some more streams coming up this coming week with round 2 of the Go Race Sim Sports Super GT Championship, or Super GT League I should say. Racing at Albert Park. GT 500s and the GT3s all on track at the same time. It was great racing at, well, on Thursday night at Fuji Speedway, particularly in the GT3s. And then, of course, on Sunday we are streaming the AK Gaming V8 Supercar Championship from Adelaide Street Circuit, I believe it is. Really looking forward to that one. Oh my God, I think we've got the Jeremy Walter fan club in chat at the moment. He gets the move done on Vanderham. Fortunately not for position, but well, that pulls a lap back. Fortunately, the car he's chasing still a fair way up the road. And time is running out for Jeremy. Definitely keep an eye on Walter's K-Wright. We certainly can do that. There he is, Kelvin Wright. We haven't really given much attention to these guys. These guys have really flown under the radar. They've I see what you're trying to do there, Benny. That's very clever. Watch Connor. I don't think the commentator's curse works like that, unfortunately, Ben. But these guys have been flying under the radar, and they're looking to take home a very decent result in 6th place. It's not over yet, and they're being hunted down by the number 13 of Jeremy Walter and Ben McKenzie. Just say that Wright is very cautious. At least to me it seems as though he is being a little bit cautious. Though as I say that, he runs over the AstroTurf there. Oh no! And a Mercedes has looped it in front of him. Oh, jeez, that was almost the commentator's curse right there. Oh, man. Maybe the commentator's curse does work like that, Benny. So that was the 918 of David Brister. Looks like he did manage to keep it out of the wall, but God, he almost took out Kelvin Wright. Well, let's have a quick comparison of the lap times. 2:30.9 for Kelvin Wright, and it would have helped, yep. 2:30.9 for Kelvin Wright. And we're going to go back to Jeremy Walter and just see what lap times he's doing. Michael Brown, we're all on PC. That's Go Race and AK Gaming. So we'll see what lap times Jeremy Walter is doing. Gets down to a 28.7, so just depends what the gap is. But I think with 10 minutes left on the clock, I don't think that Walter is going to be able to close up onto the back of Wright. What is going on in chat there? It's just been filled up. No, 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 Matty Richard, no, 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 no. We are not getting political in this stream. No, 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 no. There is no politics allowed in this stream. God almighty, it's... Well, there's our current race leader, Matty Cotter, with the spinning torpedoes. These guys have been setting the pace all race long. What is going on in chat at the moment? This is weird. I've never seen it before. I might have to turn off the overlay. But anyway, I'm going to ride on board with Matty Cotter for the next couple of laps. Just watch these guys at work. Just see that Cotter just... It's okay, Kitty. It's okay. It's okay, Kitty. Just wasn't sure what was going on, that's all. But anyway, we're following Matty Cotter at the moment. So he brings the number 99 Aston back around to the bus stop. 7 minutes to go. I can almost imagine that, well, judging by the comment from Spinozzi earlier in the race, I'd say he's down to the bone with his fingernails. Jack Meredith, not even sure if he's even still in the stream. Maybe he's gone to bed already. Who knows? He's got beer in the hand. Well, that's one way to deal with it. Oh, jeez. Cotter still on the absolute limit. Pushing the Aston. Not in his hands, on his desk, actually. These guys, they've got over a lap on their nearest competitor, David Thornton in the Lexus. It's a great spirited battle between the Aston and the Lexus. Unfortunately, brake dramas have knocked out the Lexus from contention. These guys, I don't want to say it, it's still way too early. But barring any sort of fault, it is looking like a absolute assured victory for the Spinning Torpedo Aston. Although I'm amazed that he hasn't been getting any drive-through penalties for track limits through Eau Rouge. Hey Alex, be honest. How many track limit strikes have you got? Huh. That's actually quite infuriating because on Tuesday night I had a sim league race here, and I got a drive-through penalty for track limits because I was an absolute pixel inside the curb at Eau Rouge. So that's quite frustrating. Ah, well. So we're almost at the final lap. So we have one more lap to go. Unless Matt wants to slow down a little bit. That's not going to happen. It's 2:23.3. That's the fastest lap of the race for Matt Cotter. Matt Cotter steers it down the hill one more time. I can almost assure you he has no intention of slowing down. There we go. So we finally got a track cut for these guys. That makes me feel a little bit better. Well, Matt Cotter gets called the torpedo. Gets called that for a reason. His teammates put in a fantastic drive. Alex Spinozzi and Jack Meredith both in chat at the moment. I'm sure both of them probably covering their faces right now. There are 20 seconds left on the clock. They'll get one more lap. Oh no. Track lap record. Oh, lap record next lap. It's going to be very difficult.
Right, man. Leader is on the final lap. Give it all you can.
Well, let's ride on board with Matt Cotter for this final lap. He fires it down out of La Source for the final time in this 6-hour race. A little lift, grabs the curb, grabs all the curb. Not good for our blood pressure. Absolutely no sign of slowing down. They're still on the absolute limit. Been an absolutely well-deserved win. Well, I don't want to say it too early. Particularly since Cotter is driving the absolute limit, trying for the fastest lap of the race. If he gets it home, it's going to be a well-deserved win for these guys. They really had to hold off a very quick rival in David Thornton and the 343 Lexus team. They head up. Cotter fires the 99 Aston up towards Blanchimont for the final time in this 6-hour race. Absolutely picture perfect for 6 hours in the pouring rain and now on a greasy track. Matt Cotter and the spinning torpedo Aston Martin will take out the Spa 6-hour. And he sets the fastest lap, 21.999. Fantastic lap. We now look for our second place team, David Thornton. Brake problems took these guys out of contention. They can hold their heads up because they certainly pushed the spinning torpedo team to the absolute limit. So he will take out second place. We're just being told that go on board with Walter is on full send. Still got the wiper going. Maybe the fastest lap might be taken away from Matt Cotter. It's got to be a 20. Got to be faster than 21.9. No, not quite. But here's our third place team at the moment, Lucas Dowd. Well, it's going to be a well-deserved third place for these guys. Stayed out of trouble for much of it. Fortunately, they got tangled up with the car outside of their out of their control. At third place, they'll be thrilled with that. Oh, let's get some donuts out. There they go. They collide again. At least it was after the race this time. So there is your final results. Matt Cotter and Matt Cotter and the Spinning Torpedoes take out the 6 hour. Let's go to our timetables. So Matt,
give it all you can.
There we go. Let's stick with this for a second. So Matt Cotter, Alex Spinozzi and Jack Meredith are your winners of the Spa 6 hour with AK Gaming. David Thornton and Matty Richards just didn't have the luck to stay with the Spinning Torpedo guys, but second place, they'll be happy with that. Lucas Dowd and Tim Wright, they drove almost flawlessly, but they got tangled up with a spinning lap car just coming out of Radion. But third place, they'll be happy with that. Green, McLaughlin and Davies, again, more drivers that stayed out of trouble. They scored a top 5 finish. Vanderham, Susanna and Phillips, they got a top 5 as well. Once again, staying out of trouble, keeping the car on the track. They reap the rewards. Wright and Ball, although, again, they were drivers that just were very, very quiet. We didn't really see much of them. They did have their moments on track, but well, they spent less time in the pits, and they were able to take 6th. Walter and Mackenzie, 7th place. They had a very, very, very tough race, but to come home in 7th, oh, that's pretty well deserved. Thomas and Ataniake. I've been pronouncing that name differently every time I say it. Fortunately, they had some sort of glitch that hit them, where they had to spin on the main straight, and they couldn't, for some reason, they couldn't go faster than 50 k's per hour down the main straight, so had to reset to the pit lane. 9th place, we have David Brister and Terry Darwin. That rounds out the finishers. Then we have Thomas and Van Wingard, Munro, Ferguson, and, well, Van Wingard and Thomas again. But, well, that's it. That wraps up tonight's race. Thank you very much for joining us. It's been a hell of a stream. A 6-hour race. We started at about 3:20. It's now 11 o'clock. So thank you to all the officials, all the admins from AK Gaming for sticking with it, even through all the server difficulties. Thank you to everyone who joined in the stream. It's certainly one of the most entertaining streams I've seen, especially in the chat. But make sure if you haven't done so already, hit the follow button, hit the notification button. We've got more streams coming up in the coming week, as we've said. Thursday night we've got the second round of the Go Race Sim Sports Super GT League. And that's coming to you from Albert Park, and that's going to be a very exciting race. Chris Ruffalo and Alfonso battling it out again. Hopefully we get a few more drivers entering in the GT500s. Recently there was an update to the GT500, so that's going to be quite interesting to watch. See how that changes the dynamics of the racing. Then on the Sunday night, next Sunday night, we do have another stream with AK Gaming, and that is the V8 Supercars round number 1, I believe it is, a redo with the new season of V8s. Really looking forward to seeing that one, and hope to see you in chat there. Once again, if I quickly race over to here and just copy and paste this one. There we go. So if you want to join in to the Go Race Sim Sports Discord, make sure you join there. We have got some great events there. That's how you can join our Super GT League, and also how you can join in with our TCX 300 events, which is very exciting. We have V8 Supercars, GT3 and TCR on track at the same time, racing in one of the most ambitious multi-class touring car sim racing events we've ever done. But anyway, make sure you follow us. Follow us on YouTube as well. Follow us on Facebook. And we will see you next time. Until the next race, we'll see you later.